afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the April 2026 Ford Pinellas Board Meeting. If you'll all please join me to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will do our board self-introductions now, but before we start that, I would like to welcome a new board member that we have for us representing the great city of Pinellas Park, Vice Mayor Ricky Butler. Welcome, and thank you for your service. Thank you for stepping up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, everybody.
And on that, we'll go ahead and start with Deputy Mayor Shelley.
Tom Shelley, Deputy Mayor, Town of Bel Air, Florida.
Ricky Butler, Vice Mayor, City of Pinellas Park.
County Commissioner Renee Flowers, District 7.
Mo Franey, Mayor of City of Dunedin.
Richie Floyd, City Council Member, St. Petersburg.
Joe Ayub, Mayor, City of Safety Harbor.
Karen Love, Mayor of Gulfport, Florida, representing South Inland Communities.
Councilmember Deborah Fix Sanders, City of St. Petersburg.
Chris Johnson, Vice Mayor, City of Largo.
Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, City of St. Petersburg.
Chris Shear, Pinellas County Commission.
Councilmember Dave Albritton, City of Clearwater.
Whit Blanton, Executive Director.
And I'm Gina Driscoll, St. Petersburg City Council Member, and honored to serve as your chair this year. Next, we'll go to our citizens to be heard today. Tina, do we have any citizens who have indicated that they would like to speak today?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have David Ballard Geddes Jr.
All right, thank you, and good afternoon, sir.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. As a child in school, it was required that we read a book called Old Yeller. And years later, after reading the Federalist Papers, I realized that Old Yeller, the dog, was a metaphor, as Hamilton makes a mockery of us and calls us dogs in Federalist Paper number 11. The Federalist Papers is the most eloquently written, stand us on our heads piece of bigotry and sedition that I've ever read. Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged comes in second with 850 pages worth of garbage, and then the last 150 pages were insightfully the best. I suspect Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged and the Federalist Papers have more than one author involved in on them. I think a shoemaker by the name of Jacob Boehme wrote the Federalist Papers and handed it to that scallywag Hamilton who sold it to us. A book that mostly describes legislation, in my mind, would be that of The Catcher in the Rye, or maybe George Orwell's 1984 aligns more closely with the process of government. In 1930, Huxley published The Brave New World. How did Huxley have the insightfulness to know the things that he wrote? And what about Niccolo Machiavelli and his political playwright, The Prince? Can anyone find a prince in the Declaration of Independence? Oh, for it is better to be feared than it is to be loved, as the Declaration of Independence in actuality counterfeits itself, again, as preamble to Hamilton's second constitution based on unwarranted water jurisdictions, birthed as a pronoun in the 14th Amendment. Has anyone read Stephen King's The It? Or read Voltaire's Candide? How about books like The Jungle, Animal Farm, Fahrenheit 451, Soylent Green, and let's not forget the piracy of Maloney's Water Code? I wonder, was the dystopia in and of government as refined and as enshrined in these novels used as an instruction manual to pursue in government or prevent of government? Thank you.
Thank you. Tina, do we have any other citizens who wish to be heard today?
No, Madam Chair, we do not.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move on to our recognitions and announcements with a special recognition for Commissioner Dave Eggers.
Commissioner, come on up. Well, it's my pleasure to recognize County Commissioner Dave Eggers, County Commission Chair, and the last man standing who hired me as the executive director of this organization. And I just want to, maybe to paraphrase Elvis Costello a little bit, every day you write the book through your words, your actions, your follow-on, and I just have been really impressed with his work over the years because you've not only said the words here in the meeting, but you go out in the field, you walk with people, you talk with people, you call the secretary of the DOT, and then you call me, and we have a conversation about it. And it just really builds a lot of trust and credibility, and I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I said every day you write the book, so we're giving you a book that you've written through your words,
Very nice.
Actions, and deeds over the years. So I just want to say thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Give you a
That's
chance
great.
to speak to the
Appreciate
board.
That's really nice. I remember when I was first running for office, one of the local newspapers put a picture of the real author, Dave Eggers, not me, in there seeing it was me. So it's nice to have my name on a book after all that. But thank you. It's just, obviously, this board has meant a lot to me. I've been on it since, gosh, the mid-2000s when I was with the city of Dunedin as a commissioner and mayor, and then here. And love it. Hiring Whit, that was a real close, when we had two people candidates at the end, there was a real close 13-0 vote to bring Whit in. It was great that it was unanimous, truly independent voting, and it was just great to have that leadership established. So this group has just been amazing over the years, and to the extent that there was enough courage here to expand the board, to make better and more complete representation, I commend the board for doing that. It's really important that all aspects of this county are represented. And so with that, I would just say, I know you have a lot of deliberation today. You're going to talk about representation of our 8 members on a regional MPO. Just remember that the entire county matters. It's not just the South, it's not just the Mid-County, and it's not just the North County, but all areas of this county matter if we're going to truly represent us going forward in that regional effort. And as far as that regional effort goes, I think we have to be open-minded to it. It is important that we not only keep the monies that we have coming from our state and national people, but that we distribute them properly. But keeping that representation and the money coming in like that is going to be super important. We can get more. We can set that net out there. We can be one of the most powerful regions in the country. We've done it in many other ways. Tampa Bay Water is an example of that regional partnership that works. Now, can we do it less expensively? That's the challenge. Can we go from 3 organizations to 1, 1.5, 2? I don't know. We'll have to see. But keeping an open mind to doing good governance, being lockstep with the state of Florida, our representatives up there have challenged us to do this. So I wish you all the best in that endeavor and that thinking through all of that. Having said that, I want to finish with thanking our partners, FDOT, incredible group. They do amazing work, and we have a really good relationship with them. David Gwynn was amazing, and our current director, or current secretary is just as good. And they have done all kinds of efforts in this county. We've had issues with Alt-19. They set up a special meeting every month that I can chat with. There's like 8 people from FDOT to talk to about what's going on there, and I appreciate that. I appreciate every single thing that they do. The staff that we have is second to none. You guys do incredible work, whether you're, whichever side of the house that you're on, MPO side or the other. Maria, our attorney, thank you for what you've been meant to us, and wish you the best in your next steps at the county government. But the partners are critically important, and you all are too. And so I want to say thank you for what you do at your cities, wherever you're working as an elected official, but what you do here as well. Madam Chair, thank you for some time, and thank you for the gift. Look forward to hearing more about you all, and hopefully the chairman next year of the County Commission might put me back on here. We'll see. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Commissioner, thank you so much for your years of service, and please know that all that I have learned from you over the years as a city council member and as a member of this board, and also as a member of the board of PSTA when we were both on it, every time spent with you is time well spent because I learn, and I just appreciate you so much, so thank you. All right, and now we will go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. Are there any items that any board member would like to pull from the consent agenda? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
All right, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Do we have a second? Second. We have a second. And Tina, do we have any public comment on the consent agenda?
No, Madam Chair, we do not.
All right, thank you. In that case, we do have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? The motion passes. Now we'll move to our public hearing items, starting with item 6A, the Transportation Improvement Program Modification and Unified Planning Work Program Amendment. This item will be presented by the one and only Chelsea Favreau. Hi.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm here today to present to you what we call a de-obligation. And it's basically moving money. And in order to do that, we have to modify both the Transportation Improvement Program and the Unified Planning Work Program, which is kind of our 2-year budget. Because our current Unified Planning Work Program, or UPWP, is coming to an end, it ends on June 30th, we have an opportunity every 2 years where if there's any funding that is extra that we believe we are not going to be able to spend by June 30th, this is our opportunity to what we call de-obligate it. And we take those funds and we kind of give them back to the Florida Department of Transportation. And then on July 1st, when our next 2-year budget starts, they give us that money back right there on July 1st. If we have extra funds that we do not de-obligate, those funds actually go away and we don't get them back until July 1st of 2027. So this is our opportunity to kind of start the year with a little bit of extra funds that we weren't able to spend in this last 2-year cycle. So what we're proposing to do is to take $375,000 of our federal planning funds that we have not spent, de-obligate those, and then we'll go ahead and add them to year 1 of the next budget. So that requires these 2 modifications and amendments, but they can be done with 1 single vote. So I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. And Tina, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
I really want to insert a joke here, but I'll just say no.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Chelsea? All right. In that case, I'll entertain a motion for approval of item 6A.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. This will be a roll call vote.
Deputy Mayor Shelley,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Butler,
Aye.
Commissioner Flowers, Mayor Freeney, Councilmember Floyd,
Aye.
Mayor Ayub,
Aye.
Mayor Love, Councilmember Fig Sanders, Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Gabbard,
Yes.
Commissioner Shearer,
Yes.
Councilmember Albritton,
Aye.
and Councilmember Driscoll.
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. Now, so next up is our Pinellas Planning Council hearing, public hearings. This will be conducted as follows. I'll first ask board members to affirm they've reviewed the staff report and materials provided to them. If needed, Florida Pinellas staff are available with a presentation and to answer any questions. The applicant, local governments are also available for questions as needed. And then lastly, I will ask for proponents of the proposal to speak. then opponents, and finally, any other citizens who wish to comment or ask questions on the case. At that time, the board asks questions, and then I'll close the public hearing. The board will deliberate and take action. The first item we have is item 6B1 regarding the City of Largo, and we have a presentation by Emma Wennick from Fort Pinellas. That will be followed by a presentation from staff from City of Largo, Jared Austin.
I think we'll just let City of Largo start this one off.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's been a while.
Yes, it's great to see you.
Is it all right if I make an opening comment just to, is that it?
Yes, Vice Mayor Johnson.
I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the partnership on behalf of the mayor and the city commission and our leadership. How much I appreciate the partnership we've had with Fort Pinellas for many, many years. The vision necessary to kind of see how this plan would fits into the broader Advantage Alternate 19 vision has been a big deal, and the funding help from Fort Pinellas has been huge to make this all happen a reality. So we sincerely appreciate the board and the team here at Fort Pinellas for helping us get this vision put together, and I'm looking forward to hearing our presentation. So thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon, Fort Pinellas Board. Jared Austin, Planning Division Manager with the City of Largo, and I'm joined today by Whitney Clark, Planner 2, also with the City of Largo, and we have two very large items for you today related to the updates, major updates we have related to our community redevelopment districts, particularly from a land use perspective. So going to talk a little bit about what all we have in store for these areas. But however, before we dive into the specifics of what all we have planned for the community redevelopment districts, or CRDs as we will commonly refer to them throughout these presentations, I just wanted to take a step back and talk a little bit about what we mean by a community redevelopment district. This is typically a mixed-use designation that we apply to areas that we are looking to incentivize greater development and redevelopment, particularly in areas that have historically faced some degree of economic challenge. Now, with that said, just because an area has faced some degree of economic challenge does not mean that it does not have a number of uses, a number of neighborhoods, and so on, that we want to continue to preserve and strengthen as we move forward with some of these updates. That said, we are looking to incentivize higher densities and intensities for commercial, multifamily development that strengthen a greater mix of uses related to employment, residential, and recreation uses within our downtown, ideally interconnected with a greater multimodal framework that connects those historic neighborhoods and uses to the prosperity we're looking to incentivize within our downtown core. What you see before you on the screen is a map of our existing Clearwater-Largo Road CRD boundary. You will see the associated character districts and local future land use map categories that we have for the area. I will delve into a little bit more detail on what those specific character districts entail, but did just want to give you an overview of what the current CRD boundary encompasses. Just to provide a little bit more background on the Clearwater-Largo CRD has some history with the City of Largo. The original plan was adopted back in 1996. However, at that time, the CRD plan was just that, a plan. It was a high-level visioning document for how the commission wanted to see growth and redevelopment take place in that area, but it did not actually have any regulatory teeth to enforce a lot of the vision that we were looking to establish within that area. However, that changed substantially in 2006 when the Clearwater-Largo Road CRD plan was updated. And as part of that plan, it actually not only established the character districts that were designed to incentivize a lot of the growth and redevelopment we wanted to see within the district, but also had associated development standards for the development that would take place within the CRD boundary. Now, in 2020, there was a desire by the city to link some modernization efforts, given some of the changing land use patterns that we had seen within the district, as well as to link it to a lot of the work that Ford Pinellas was doing at that time, as well as given the fact that the development standards for the CRDs were in their separated plans specifically, it made it very difficult to update any development standards regulating growth and redevelopment within this particular area without going through a major CRA plan revision, which takes a long time, as you'll see throughout this presentation. Requires number of hearings, has to go through BCC, Board of County Commissioners approval. And so we did not feel that the development standards and reevaluating these things in 2020 were appropriate to be in separate plans, but needed to be relocated to our land development code more specifically. So eventually the plan was adopted by the City Commission in 2025. As I mentioned previously, these plan updates take a pretty substantial amount of time. And in addition to incorporating those development standards into our land development code as part of this update, there were a number of different changes we were looking to propose as well. First and foremost was a number of new character districts that were looking to appropriately scale development based on a lot of the development interest and changing of land use patterns that we had seen historically throughout the CRD district. And we wanted to incentivize those, all while continuing to preserve existing neighborhoods and character within the CRD that have made up a lot of the community fabric that is still very much present and rich in the CRD district. What you'll see on the slides here are a number of different development typologies that we are looking to encourage. Those higher density mix of uses that you see there at the bottom, those are what we are trying to have be aligned most adjacent to the two major corridors that are a part of the CRD expansion. This includes Clearwater-Largo Road as well as alternate US 19. We then intend to have the development scale down to that more medium density, light commercial mix of uses. This has a particular character district called City Home, which I'll talk about later, that serves as a buffering from that higher density and intensity development down to the more lower density traditional neighborhood scale development, which includes everything from single family to a number of the different residential uses we have been trying to encourage through some of our Housing for All programs, such as townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, and so on. In addition to this, these updates, we also modified and introduced a number of new character districts throughout the Community Redevelopment District core. And I'll talk a little bit more about those on later slides, all with the intent to encourage greater redevelopment and new development within this district that better position the city for something else that we are going for as part of this effort, which is a tax increment financing district, which ideally would generate revenues that we could then use to spend on a number of improvements within the district that better help incentivize that growth we are looking to see. So now that I've provided some of the context and background on the Clearwater-Largo Road CRD, I do want to talk now more specifically about the land use changes that that took place at a local level that have now come to you all at the countywide level for your review. The amendment area does include roughly 638 properties within the city of Largo, and the primary intent of this future land use map amendment was to apply specific character districts to the parcels that are being picked up as part of our expansion of the Clearwater-Largo Road CRD, as well as updating some of the character districts that are within the current CRD to account for, again, some of those changing land use patterns. So on this map, what you'll see, that black boundary, that black square boundary is the actual CRD expansion. Everything that is in that teal color are the parcels that currently reside within the existing Clearwater-Largo Road CRD. And so you'll see in that those areas that are getting picked up, they're existing future land use map categories on our local future land use map. However, this is where we are looking to change these land use categories. Anything that you see in the hatched colors there is basically any of the parcels that are changing that we would be adopting those new character districts for. So basically everything to the right of the CSX track that is hatched is going to be adopting new character districts, and then anything within the existing CRD boundary are essentially going to be modifying some of the existing character districts that they have currently. And anything that you see there in the north that's grayed out, Those are unincorporated Pinellas County parcels that, as annexed into the city, would be adopting, we would apply character districts to, based on what was established within the Clearwater-Largo Road CRD plan update. So I've given a lot of lip service to the character districts, so I do want to touch on them specifically. So you'll see everything from our new flex employment category on the left down to our neighborhood residential category there on the right. So flex employment is a category that used to be considered, or a character district rather, that used to be called professional office, as the name entails. It was largely designed to encourage office-oriented employment. However, with the recent adoption of our local target employment and industrial land use study implementation efforts, as well as some of the industrial limited land uses that we are picking up as a part of this expansion, we felt that flex employment was a better character district name for these, and we have associated intensity or floor area ratio bonuses associated with this category, as well as a number of new allowable uses that come directly from the TEALS work, such as research and development, commercial flex space, and so on. We also have two categories for mixed-use corridor. We have mixed-use corridor Clearwater-Largo Road, which, as it suggests, these are the highest density and intensity mixed-use character districts that we allow for along the Clearwater-Largo Road, compared to the mixed-use corridor alternate 19, which is similarly the highest density and intensity mixed-use category that falls and is abutting directly alternate 19 and in line with the Forward Pinellas Advantage All 19 plan. We then have City Home, which is that mixed-use residential and commercial, slightly less density there, that serves as a buffer to the neighborhood residential category, which is that smaller scale residential exclusive use, which is primarily our single family neighborhoods that allow for, again, the duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, et cetera, as well. And then there you can see the base densities that are being proposed, as well as base intensities, and what would be allowed with the bonuses that we are proposing. So given all of that, staff did find that our proposed future land use map amendment and of course a corresponding countywide plan map amendment was consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the City of Largo Comprehensive Plan, as well as the Forward Pinellas Countywide Plan, as well as Chapter 163 of the Florida State Statutes governing our comprehensive plan. City of Largo Planning Board, City Commission, and the Planners Advisory Committee all unanimously recommended approval of this future land use map amendment, and final reading of the Clearwater-Largo Road CRD plan is slated for review by the Board of County Commissioners on April 21st, 2026. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions you have, or I guess Emma's going to do her presentation and then we'll touch on questions for CRDs.
Good afternoon. My name is Emma Wennick, for those of you I have not presented for before. So I'm going to circle this back to the countywide plan map amendment portion in our countywide review for this amendment. So the local government request that came to us, the City of Largo is requesting to amend approximately 540 acres for multiple countywide plan map categories to activity center category. So the goal here is to unify the corridor under a single planning framework and to support long-term redevelopment. This is currently the Clearwater-Largo Road Activity Center, so this is a proposed amendment with expansion. So this slide is just showing the general location within Pinellas County, and then the picture there is also showing that all the parcels that did come in for the amendment are within Largo's jurisdiction. So this amendment is going to be consolidating multiple existing countywide plan map categories into activity center, allowing the corridor to function as one coordinated planning area as a whole. So the proposed designation is activity center, and the existing activity center does have a community center subcategory already. And at the countywide level, this category is intended to function as a mixed-use focal point, and it already allows up to 90 units per acre and a 3.0 FAR. But more importantly, it does require this area to be planned as a coordinated multimodal environment rather than as isolated parcels. So again, today, this area is operating under multiple categories, creating a fragmented pattern, but this amendment primarily redistributes and reorganizes development potential under one framework. This amendment would be directly implementing multiple adopted plans, and these plans consistently identify this corridor as a priority for transit-oriented development, increased housing, and coordinated redevelopment as well. So this action is essentially the land use framework needed to implement these recommendations. So a specific plan that we wanted to highlight is the Advantage Alt 19 plan. So this slide is showing how the proposed amendment directly aligns with this planning effort. This plan identifies this area as a neighborhood place type, and a key focus of this is redevelopment of underutilized commercial sites into mixed-use development, along with introducing missing middle housing and improving multimodal connectivity. So again, this proposal is essentially implementing that vision. So switching gears a little bit into the character districts proposed by the city, these tables are comparing development potential under the city's existing framework, as well as the proposed framework on the bottom there. Their proposal is basically creating a structured development pattern within the activity center to concentrate the higher intensity development along Clearwater, Largo Road, and Alt 19. And then, as Jared mentioned, maintaining the lower intensity in residential and transitional areas. So moving along with development capacity, this slide is providing some important context. Ford Pinellas staff did conduct a theoretical build-out capacity analysis, and I will show those numbers on the next slide. But we basically wanted to put numbers to Largo's proposed regulatory changes. Also want to note that these numbers are going to represent a ceiling, and this will be the absolute maximum allowable, not what's necessarily expected to occur. So this table is comparing development capacity across 3 different scenarios. The first row is showing the maximum theoretical capacity under the existing countywide plan map categories, which again is reflecting a ceiling. And then the second row is depicting the City of Largo's existing regulatory framework for the amendment area, and you can see that capacity is significantly lower. And the third row is depicting the proposed amendment in which the capacity increases to approximately 13,600 units, which is an increase of about 7,200 units, along with a modest increase in non-residential square footage. So I do want to note that at a countywide level, this is still significantly lower than the first row, showing what exists today, as well as the overall activity center maximum standards, which again was 90 units per acre and a 3.0 floor area ratio. And again, just reiterating that these are representing the maximum potential. The city's proposal does include a tiered bonus system to incentivize public benefits such as affordable housing and multimodal design. So under the countywide rules, these bonuses are permitted and evaluated on an area-wide basis. This amendment came to us as a Tier 3, so it's a Tier 3 classification. It was triggered Tier 3 primarily because it introduced certain uses that are not typically aligned with activity center intent. Specifically, the auto-oriented uses. That image just shows some that are existing in that area today. So under the countywide rules, the inclusion of these uses automatically triggers a Tier 3 classification. But to support this, the city did provide us with a justification narrative, basically identifying the need to include these uses, and they also identified the corridor as a targeted redevelopment corridor, as well as commitments to multimodal improvements and implementation tools. And then at the countywide level, we do evaluate this amendment as a whole against our relevant countywide considerations. So this amendment does support redevelopment along an established corridor. It is served by major transportation facilities in transit. It maintains density and intensity within allowable thresholds on an area-wide basis and incorporates transitions to surrounding neighborhoods through the proposed character district framework. So as a whole, based on our analysis and the balanced review of our countywide considerations, we recommend approval, and Planners Advisory Committee also recommended approval. And that is it for me, and we are happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you. First, I need to ask Tina, do we have any proponents, opponents, or other citizens who wish to be heard on this item?
Madam Chair, David Ballard Geddes Jr. would like to speak as a proponent.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair. Thank you again. David Ballard Geddes Jr., Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. I do realize we have some redevelopment needs in all these downtown areas which have been deliberately blighted and run down. I have an issue with Chapter 163, Statute 163.01 is the Interlocal Cooperation Act of 1969. So that particular statute's like 15 pages thick. In that statute, it allows for third-party foreign entities of such to establish a legal structure that supports their interests. So, for example, the infrastructure that they lay down under Chapter 159 of the Florida statutes, they're able to levy into the equity of our homes, of our property, to pay for their contrived redevelopment. I have an issue with that. Statute 163.01 continues, and it includes liquidating the county, in a sense, which is seen as a transfer of political function and power in Pinellas County Home Rule Charter, Section 2.04Q. So with all of this updating of such, are we allowing an additional ad hoc political power to subject the civilian population in its contrived redesigning? Thank you.
Thank you. Tina, do we have any other requests to speak?
No, Madam Chair, we do not.
All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and go to board questions. And I believe Commissioner Flowers, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry I didn't write down the number of the slide, but you had a slide there that was showing some of the proposed height variations for certain corridors. It was looked like a downtown. It could have been like a downtown. It was an actual photo of buildings.
Yes. Just moving to that slide right
That,
there. Yep.
yeah. So along this corridor, do you know what the current, if any, height restrictions are?
I would, do you happen to know the offhand?
I don't believe that there's any height restrictions citywide. So for the expansion area that currently have the that currently have the citywide future land use map classifications and not the district specific ones, the city of Largo does not have any height restrictions for that. in terms of in the actual CRDs, there are certain story limits. I want to say the highest that we currently allow without a bonus is 6 stories.
6 stories without a bonus.
Correct.
Okay. And so, the low dense, on the other chart where you had high density, which was like several towers, you had, on your grid chart, the little yellow, red, blue, green, you have, residential medium, which they didn't have there, we don't have here at all. But you do have residential low medium, which are very small areas within the new proposed boundaries. With SB 180, that basically kind of says that we can't put any moratoriums, you know, as municipal governments or city governments, we can't put any moratoriums in place for anything. And if they meet all other things that we need, we're supposed to grant that developer what they're asking for, essentially. I know Senator DeSigley was doing some cleanup language, but we still have to follow that. So how would that, or would it have any negative implications as it relates to the new proposed CRD district?
Yeah, so most of the residential, if not all, if I'm not mistaken, of the residential low-medium areas that you're talking about would actually be redesignated to that neighborhood residential category. So they are still going to be, the densities and intensities that are being proposed are still going to be well within the range we would want to see for that smaller scale density. Obviously, to your point about Senate Bill 180, yes, we have had to vet all of these new proposed land uses with our legal team to ensure that we are not restricting any uses that were previously allowed or any density and intensity standards that were previously allowed. Obviously, most of the density and intensity standards and development standards that are actually proposed with most of these character districts are largely more flexible than what was proposed in previous land uses. So we didn't run into too much hang up with that. The issue is really more so is kind of what Emma had talked about. Some of those character districts like the mixed-use corridors, we do still have to allow for some more auto-oriented uses, your gas stations, drive-throughs and such, because we are prevented by the state legislature from restricting those.
And along that road, I know I don't like to take it because it turns into 2 lanes and then it gets very narrow in some areas. Then it opens up, you have some pull-offs that'll take you back east. Are there, or will there be any consideration for kind of opening that up? Because if you're going to do an overlay like this, you certainly will have an increase in population, which would mean an increase in traffic flows.
Yeah, so as part of our considerations, we do have to consider a number of the transportation impacts. We do have some projects programmed in our CIP, ideally to address some of those challenges that you mentioned. One of the things that we are largely trying to incentivize throughout the corridor, through some of the bonuses that we are allowing for, both for density and FAR perspective, are designed to enhance more of the multimodal framework that we have in the downtown, just because, quite frankly, and this is not a City of Largo issue, this is a Pinellas County issue, we don't have right-of-way for roadway expansions in many cases. But a lot of the CIP improvements, I don't have the specific projects off the top of my head, but they are largely trying to mitigate some of those traffic flow issues that we already are seeing. So
FDOT will need your help.
Commissioner Flowers, I'm happy to report that we are working with the Florida Department of Transportation to advance some intersection operational improvements in this area, and there's a short-term project that is programmed, and then there is longer-term concept that we're working to build in, and this development's going to take time, so we think the long-term concept could come in maybe as some of this future development is happening.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Vice Chair Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Emma and Jared, thank you very much for the great presentation. Quick question, do we know if any of these properties would be subject to Live Local by chance?
Some of them would be, yes, that fall under anything that's considered a mixed-use designation, yes, would be considered apt for a Live Local project.
And this wouldn't affect that? I mean, they would be subject to it today, and they would be going forward with this change?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments?
I got a question.
Yes, Mayor.
So you had a slide up, it was number 23.
I don't have numberings on mine, so.
It was showing the density intensity differences based on different baselines.
I think that might have been yours.
Yeah.
I think it was this one probably.
So I was wondering, why is the bottom row, it's showing the difference? It's not based on the existing countywide plan map categories. It looks like it's based on.
Correct. So the City of Largo's character districts that are existing today are already kind of set a lower ceiling than what is possible under the countywide plan map category. So we basically just showed what their difference is because theirs are already lower than what we allow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So it's based on the city rather than the county.
Correct.
All right. Anything else? Okay. Anyone else have questions? All right. Okay. I have a couple. The flex employment zoning category will replace the professional office. Is that across the board?
Well, yeah, so the category we had previously designated as professional office, it's still going to allow for a lot of the same uses. It's just now going to be called flex employment. So we basically took what was allowed previously and then expanded the use types, just given some of the TEALS implementation, land uses that we had adopted, as well as the fact that we're picking up employment areas that are more industrially focused rather than just office focused.
Mm-hmm. So it's office and more.
Yes, office and more, yes.
I like that. And that kind of leads to my next question, talking about the character districts. Do you feel pretty confident that the way that these different districts are described and prescribed, does that give a developer a clear understanding of what's expected, what's allowed, what we're looking for here?
Yeah, so we have associated, I should have mentioned in my presentation, so in conjunction with this future land use map amendment, beyond just the actual map designations, we have a very substantive update to our comprehensive development code or our land development code that specifically outlines all the different, not only the densities and intensities that we outlined here, but everything from your setback requirements, parking, all the things that we would want to see from each of the density and intensity bonuses as well. We've also, I would say, alleviated too some of the, I would say, regulatory burden that has hindered good development from happening in the past. No longer will you have to enter into a development agreement to get your density and intensity bonus, which can add 6 to 9 months to a project and effectively, you know, take a really good quality project that would be meaningful for the downtown kind of out of the picture. So, yes.
Good. It sounds like the city had a lot of discussion about this, and it sounds like there was some input from the development and business communities on the plan as you went along, and that's great to hear. With these different types of districts, I just want to make sure that it doesn't come across as too complicated, that it helps us reach our goal and gives a developer a clear path to contributing to us meeting that goal.
Absolutely. We completely agree. I know economic development over there would completely agree. I would tell you that the existing Clearwater Largo Road plan and West Bay Drive plan, which Whitney will touch on here in a moment, are very complicated. They are not fun for staff to have to go through because we have our one land development code and then we have our separate plan with entirely separate standards for those areas. And it's not fun to navigate. So we think that this development code change that's paired up with this future land use map amendment would address a lot of what you just touched on. So.
And as I was looking at the backup material, if you looked at the pages that have map 4 and then map 5, if you look at them side by side, complicated is certainly one way to describe it. I'd probably use harsher terms, but going from that to this, I think it's clear that that it creates a smoother path for what you want there. And this covers a total of around 540 acres.
Yeah, of incorporated Largo parcels. That's not including
Yeah.
unincorporated.
It's a lot of land. And I really see this as being potentially transformational for Largo. Every time I turn around, I feel like I'm hearing about something new that's happening in Largo. It's really such a point of pride for our entire county. And that comes from good management, good government, and a public that's engaged as well. And that really shines through in what you've brought to us here today. This, creating something that is less complicated, looking at these character districts, it really just checks all of the boxes when it comes to mixed use, along with placemaking, along with neighborhood, strengthening a neighborhood, and bringing in jobs. This is enviable, and I just applaud everyone who is involved in working on this. I think as you go along, as developments come along, yes, of course, looking at the transportation impacts and all of that comes into play. And it's going to be interesting to see how that works. I'm glad that there are improvements planned, because really making it truly multimodal and making it easy for people to get around as a place becomes more dense is critical. So I'm glad to hear that there's work being done in that respect as well. So overall, I do hope that this passes, and so in advance, I will say congratulations, and thanks for all of the work that you did on this, and I can't wait to see what starts happening over there next.
We're very excited.
All right. Did we have any other questions from anyone? Okay. I will entertain a motion and a second for approval of the amendment.
Move approval.
Second. Renee second. Mo first.
All right, thank you. And Tina, do we need I don't think we need a roll call vote for this one. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. And officially, congratulations. All right, Largo's not finished with us yet. We have another item, item 6B2, and we have this time City of Largo staff Whitney Clark presenting.
Good afternoon. So in addition to the proposed future land use map amendment to amend the boundaries of the Clearwater Largo Road Community Redevelopment District, we are processing another amendment for our other community redevelopment district centered around West Bay Drive. This map here provides the existing boundaries of the district. As you can see, it encompasses portions of several major roadways within the county, including West Bay Drive, Clearwater Largo Road, and Alternate 19. It also is home to several community amenities such as Largo Central Park, Largo Medical Center, and the city's new mixed-use facility, Horizon West Bay, that will host the City Hall facilities upon completion. The first iteration of the West Bay Drive Community Redevelopment District Plan was adopted in 1997, and similar to the Clearwater Largo Road Plan, it was a lot more general in nature. It was updated in 2010 to provide more development standards, and again in 2015 to add the Medical Arts Character District, which is focused around Largo Medical. The West Bay Drive Plan was updated again in 2025 to further establish downtown Largo as a destination by encouraging a mix of uses, strengthen pedestrian orientation, and implementing more placemaking strategies. The update to the plan was prompted kind of by the Advantage Alt-19 study that was conducted by Forward Pinellas in coordination with the City of Largo and several other local government partners. The study identified that the portion of Alternate 19 that intersects with the two CRDs in Largo has high redevelopment potential and encourage higher densities and intensities in this area to provide critical mass for future enhanced transit services. To implement the findings of the study, staff worked with a consultant to amend the plan and the Comprehensive Development Code to reflect these recommendations. So part of this was to update and refine the character district visions to kind of modernize it, similar to what we did with the Clearwater Largo Road, just to make it more compatible with some of the land use patterns that we were seeing, as well as to increase the allowable density and intensity ranges and relocate the development standards from the plan into the Comprehensive Development Code. We are also proposing the addition of the West Bay Drive mixed-use corridor alternate 19 character district, which kind of aligns with the densities and intensities proposed in this district for the Clearwater Largo Road. And here's a breakdown of the character districts that are either existing or proposed within this CRD. So a lot of these are similar to what we saw in the Clearwater Largo Road. However, the mixed-use corridor in West Bay Drive does allow for more density and intensity, and we also have the medical arts district here. Like I had mentioned previously, that's applied to Largo Medical Center, and that's primarily intended for institutional type uses, but does allow for certain commercial and residential uses for workforce housing, affordable housing, and that kind of thing. We also have the city home classification here, which again is that medium density that allows certain smaller scale commercial uses such as retail, cafes, and professional offices. And then again, we have the lowest density classification, the neighborhood residential, which is really intended to be applied to the existing single family home neighborhoods to preserve them, but also allow for thoughtful growth of different housing types such as duplexes, townhomes, that kind of thing. And here is the existing map showing the character districts that are currently applied there. So a lot of the amendment area, as you can see hatched, is focused around the alternate 19 corridor. But I did just want to bring attention to one property that is just west of Clearwater Largo Road. This site currently has a split character district classification of mixed use corridor and city home. And since the plan was originally adopted, this site has been unified. And so just to ensure that the development standards are applied consistently in the future, staff are initiating this amendment to correct the land use or the character district classification to just mixed use corridor. And here's the proposed character district map. Again, the light purple shows the mixed use corridor alternate 19. Ultimately, staff found that the proposed future land use map amendment was consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the City of Largo Comprehensive Plan, as well as the Forward Pinellas Countywide Rules in Chapter 163 of the Florida State Statutes. The City of Largo Planning Board, City Commission, and the Planners Advisory Committee unanimously recommended approval of these amendments. And unlike the Clearwater Largo Road plan, the West Bay Drive amendment was approved already unanimously by the Board of County Commissioners on December 16th, 2025. And I will hand over the presentation to Emma. Thank you.
Okay, so now tying this one back to our countywide plan map amendment. The City of Largo is requesting to amend the framework governing approximately 316 acres within the existing West Bay Drive Activity Center. So the countywide plan map designation will remain Activity Center with a major center subcategory. And the purpose of this amendment is to update the local land use structure and to support redevelopment, increase mixed-use potential, and improve connectivity within the corridor. So these images, again, are showing the location within Pinellas County, as well as an outline of all of the parcels within Largo's jurisdiction. So at the countywide level, the designation will remain Activity Center. So what is changing is not the boundary or the category, but how development is structured within the Activity Center. So this slide sets a bit of a baseline. The West Bay Drive Activity Center is already designated as a major center with a mix of uses and an established corridor pattern existing. And from a countywide perspective, it already allows up to 150 units per acre and a 5.0 floor area ratio. This is applied on an area-wide basis. So this is not really about creating new capacity, but it's about how that capacity is organized in the local framework. So why does this require a countywide review? So even though the map designation is not changing, this is still a Tier 2 amendment, and that's because the city is changing how the activity center functions internally, specifically how density and intensity are distributed. So from our review, this amendment makes two primary changes. First, it does revise local development standards across the activity center, increasing allowable density and intensity in targeted areas. And then second, it does create that new character district along Alt 19, which is intended to support higher intensity and mixed-use redevelopment along that corridor. So the city clearly has the goal of focusing growth along the West Bay Drive and Alt 19 corridors. And again, this amendment is not happening in isolation. It is directly implementing multiple adopted plans. So this is a coordinated policy-driven update that ties land use and housing and transportation together. And then we did, again, want to specifically highlight one of these efforts with the Advantage Alt 19 plan. With this plan, this area is identified as a downtown place type. And this place type envisions a more urban, mixed-use and transit supportive environment that would be centered around West Bay Drive and Alt 19. And this aligns directly with what the city is proposing through the updated framework. And so this amendment is actively implementing this overall vision. So with this table, we wanted to directly show the before and after character district standards with that new character district highlighted in that teal color. So you can see the most significant increases occur in the corridor district areas, especially the Alt 19 new district. So while this amendment does not increase our countywide entitlements, it does increase localized development capacity within the activity center. So at build out, we did an analysis and base residential capacity would increase approximately by 4,600 units and up to over 9,000 additional units with bonuses. And then non-residential intensity would increase by nearly 6 million square feet at base and almost 9 million square feet with bonuses. So this is reflecting a redistribution and intensification strategy focused along those key corridors. And these numbers do, again, represent a ceiling. It's the maximum allowable, not what is necessarily expected to occur. And then similar to the other plan we saw, this is, they do use a bonus density and intensity system to guide redevelopment, and bonuses are not automatic. They are earned by providing specific public benefits. So this would include things like affordable housing, structured parking, public space, and pedestrian-oriented designs. And at the countywide level, we do evaluate this amendment against our relevant countywide considerations. So this stays within the countywide activity center standards. It aligns with our planning and urban design principles and improves connectivity and walkability. From a transportation standpoint, it does shift trips to where the system is designed to handle them. And overall, it does improve how the activity center would function as a whole. So in conclusion, this amendment would maintain the activity center designation, and it stays within the countywide thresholds and improves how development is structured overall. So we would recommend approval, and Planners Advisory Committee recommended approval as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina, do we have any proponents, opponents, or other citizens who wish to speak on this item?
No, Madam Chair, we do not.
All right, thank you. We'll close the public hearing and go to questions. Anyone? No questions. I know. Thank you so much for these presentations. In that case, if there are no questions, then I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Tina, did you get that?
That was me and Mo.
Okay.
Just to clarify, was that a motion to approve?
Yes, please. Oh, who said that?
The attorney did. So it's Commissioner Flowers and then Mayor
I thought you
Freeney.
said move approval. Yeah. All right, are we good?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you so much. All right, with our public hearings being finished for today, we'll go on to our presentations and action items. We have the PSTA activities report on the agenda. However, since Vice Mayor Reed, who typically gives that report, is not here today unless. I have it. Oh, did you have it?
I do.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. We will have Councilmember Fig Sanders give the PSTA activity report.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair. The PSTA Board met on Wednesday, March 25th, 2026, where we approved several items during that March meeting, to include a contract to update the agency's federally required transit asset management plan, a plan that inventories and assesses the state of good repair conditions of all PSTA assets, including buses and facilities. It approved the PSTA's Transit Development Plan Major Update, which is a state DOT required plan which is developed every 5 years in alignment with Fort Pinellas' long-range transportation plan and other community transit priorities. And then also the new PSTA Vision 2030 Strategic Plan, a robust list of projects and goals for the agency in the next 5 years that support board objectives for financial responsibility, operational excellence, and community impact. PSTA will be hosting board workshops in the upcoming months to discuss PSTA's budget, as well as refining the mission and vision for the agencies at the request of the PSTA members. And that concludes the report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any board members have any questions about the PSTA report? All right, we will go ahead and move on to item 7B. Today we have a presentation on the St. Petersburg Advanced Air Mobility Task Force with findings and recommendations, and that will be presented by former City Council member and Task Force Chair Ed Montanari. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Chair Driscoll. It's good to be here in front of Fort Pinellas. Good to see some of my former City Council colleagues and other elected officials around Pinellas County. Today, it's a honor to be here, and today I'll go over the reasons why the City of St. Petersburg formed this task force, some of the areas that we studied, and then go into the recommendations and answer any questions that you have. The task force report is part of your backup material, and if you reviewed it, it was written in a manner that so that anybody that is not an expert in aviation or government business or planning could kind of pick up the report and kind of understand a emerging aviation industry and kind of understand why it's important for the City of St. Petersburg, Pinellas County, the state of Florida, the United States, and other areas around the world, why everybody is interested in this subject. So the narrative is pretty straightforward. We put all the technical information in the appendices. So if you're looking for data on what a vertiport dimension should be or what takeoff and landing quarters need to look like, it's all in the appendices along with a lot of links. We also included a short narrative about the aviation history in the City of St. Petersburg. As many of you know, the airline business started in the City of St. Petersburg on January 1st, 1914. The first airline pilot was a man named Tony Janis. The first passenger was the former mayor of St. Petersburg, a man named Abe File. And if you look at this picture behind me, you'll see what we call an eVTOL, and the airline business started right here. There used to be a hangar right here in the city. Right now there's a replica of the first airliner, but they took off on a 22-minute flight and flew to the city of Tampa, and the St. Petersburg-Tampa airboat line was launched. The mayor and the city council of the city of St. Petersburg formed the task force and gave us this mission to look into, and they gave us 9 months to do our work. And there's two big things, kind of two big categories that they wanted us to look at. One was evaluate the role of advanced air mobility at our Wooded Airport. And the other big issue was evaluate standalone vertiports within the city limits. The other points that they want us to study speak for themselves. I did want to point out that fourth bullet point to evaluate the potential of integrated advanced air mobility into local government transportation plans and other plans within the Tampa Bay region, which is one of the reasons I'm here at the request of your executive chairman, Whit Blanton. These are the members of the task force. We started with 14 members. We had 2 kind of drop off along the way for different reasons. I did want to point out that Whit Blanton was an integral part of our task force, just because of his expertise, not just in transportation, but regional transportation, what's going on at the state level, and we needed people like that. We had 2 experts on the task force that knew a whole lot about advanced air mobility. One of them is Mr. Jay Rogers, which is towards the bottom of the list. He started a factory in the city of St. Petersburg building things with 3D printers, and he's an expert in advanced air mobility. And the bottom person, Dr. April Zhang, she's a professor at USF St. Petersburg and an expert in advanced air mobility. The rest of us were people that have a lot of us had an aviation background, but we didn't know that much about advanced air mobility. So I was elected chair, and I kind of broke our work into like 3 categories. The first one was education, to try to bring the task force up to a minimum level of knowledge on this subject. Then we got into making recommendations to answer what the city asked us to look into, and then we got into the final report. One of the first people that we brought in was, right after our first meeting, was former Senator Jeff Brandes. As many of you know, Senator Brandes has been a leader in autonomous vehicles for over 15 years. He started as a state representative. He was one of the first people to put any legislation before the State House when it came to autonomous vehicles, and he's an expert in the field. The other, and we brought in a lot of subject matter experts during the course of our study. Another one, and I'm not going to go through the whole list, but another one that was very important was in August, we brought in a man named Akash TR from ARK Invest. That is Kathy Wood's financial company that's headquartered in the city of St. Petersburg, and they invest in disruptive technology. And we brought them in to kind of give us some background on the manufacturers of these vehicles. This emerging industry is just getting started, but you can see up here on the slide, there's I asked our staff to put together 3 of the companies that are kind of leaders in this industry. The top one is a company called Joby. They're the leader in the industry right now. The second one is Beta, and the third one is Archer. And you can see that on the slide, you see the companies that they're paired up with. Most of them are paired up with other major airlines in the United States or cargo companies. A couple of them, both Joby and Archer, are also paired up with car manufacturers so that they can get their business off the ground and manufactured quickly. The vehicles that the advanced air mobility industry uses are smaller vehicles. Most of them are electric powered, and they're probably going to be certified with a pilot observer on board, but they quickly want to be autonomous. It's a very fast-growing industry. We expect them to have a market cap of about $140 billion by the year 2035. Right now, these vehicles aren't certified by the FAA. We think that they're probably going to be certified maybe later this year to carry passengers. And initially, we see three business cases. One is air taxi, the other one is cargo, and there are some manufacturers out there studying medical transport also. All three levels of our government here in the United States is very interested in this technology. President Trump in June of last year put out a extensive executive order on this industry and the drone industry. It was about a 20-page executive order with a lot of details, timelines, deadlines for both the Secretary of Transportation, the Secretary of Commerce, and other federal agencies. The state of Florida is also aggressively getting ready for this technology also. And the state of Florida actually started before the FAA got involved. And a lot of the work that we did in the city studying this, we got a lot of the information from the guidebook that the FDOT published and other publications from the FDOT. The other thing I wanted to point out in the middle of the slide, in December of last year, I'm sorry, 2024, a company called Volocopter did a demonstration over at Tampa International of this technology. It just so happened that earlier today, I had a Teams meeting with with one of the leaders of that company, or the company that Volocopter went out of business, but as it went out of business, it merged with another company. But the people that are still working in that for that business are interested in doing some work in Pinellas County and the city of St. Petersburg. When it comes to the recommendations, we had some broad guidance, and then I'll get into the more specific issues. The first bullet point that's up on the slide is advanced air mobility needs to be safe and reliable. Safety is foundational to aviation, and reliability goes right along with safety. If you think about a air transport operation paired up with the airlines, you have schedules that you need to meet, and safety drives everything in transporting people in cargo. We want the city of St. Petersburg to be a leader in this industry. We were a leader back in 1914. We want to be a leader going forward with this industry. We want to protect the existing operations going on at Albert Whitted Airport. And one of the guest speakers that we brought in early in our study was from Tampa International Airport. and I know Orlando International is doing a study also, but they all kind of said the same thing when it came to protecting the current operations of aviation at their facilities, but also integrating this new technology into their operations. The last bullet point in the state was pushing this also, FDOT. A robust public engagement strategy is essential. Right now, advanced air mobility is not on the radar screens of a lot of people, but it's coming very quickly. The Chinese are currently transporting people with these vehicles. Out in the Middle East, these vehicles are flying also. And right now, the FAA and the FAA's counterpart in Europe haven't certified these vehicles, but we think that's going to happen soon. When it comes to specific recommendations in the short term, we want Albert Whitted Airport to identify where we're going to operate these vehicles within the airport. We need to put in some electrical infrastructure to recharge these electric vehicles. When it comes to electricity, you also have a fire issue, so we brought in St. Pete Fire and Rescue, our fire department, to come in and give us some information on electrical charging issues and fire safety. We want to use the existing runways and make sure that this is accessible to the public. Within the next 4 to 10 years, we want to build at least one vertiport at the airport, possibly multiple vertiports, and that's going to be based on passenger demand. As I said earlier, we want everything to be integrated with the existing flight operations that we have at the airport. And we also recommended that both aeronautical uses are protected and the non-aeronautical uses. The St. Petersburg Grand Prix is an example of a non-aeronautical use. We don't want to disrupt what we currently have in our city. The next steps for the city of St. Petersburg when it comes to Albert Whitted Airport is to do a alternatives analysis study on specifically how do we implement some of these recommendations at our local airport. For standalone vertiports, there were some people, as I went around and spoke with people, and as we studied this subject, I think some people thought that we might recommend certain spots within the city limits where these vertiports should be. But after discussing it at the task force level, we thought that the market should be the driver of where these go. The city does need to do some work when it comes to creating standards for aircraft operations, charging stations, fire safety, public accessibility, and then noise considerations. This industry is changing rapidly. This task force, I told you, studied this for 9 months. We met about every 3 weeks or so, and in between those 3-week periods, there would be a lot of news that happened within the industry. So we ended up having our airport manager before every meeting kind of giving us a little update of what's going on within the industry. The state has, like I said, is making advanced air mobility a priority, and there's some funding opportunities there. And then within the city limits, we need to update our code. We don't have any standards written within our city code on vertiports, and we also discovered we didn't have standards for heliports within the city. We also need to create a process. If somebody wanted to build a standalone vertiport within the city, we need to bring a process forward for that. When it comes to regional planning, Governor DeSantis had a news conference maybe 3 months ago, and the governor and FDOT talked about creating air corridors within the state of Florida. And as we studied this in the city of St. Petersburg, we came up with where do we want to make a priority and where do we want to go. So in the center of this map here, you can see Albert Whitted Airport in the center. And the top two priorities that we recommended is making sure that we're linked to Tampa International, the biggest airport in the region. And the other one is SunTrax. SunTrax is a testing facility for autonomous vehicles, both surface and advanced air mobility aircraft. But we just want to make sure that that link to the city of St. Petersburg and other airports within the region is made. The last thing I wanted to talk about is the future. The city of St. Petersburg, as I talked about, was a leader back in 1914. We want to remain a leader today. When it comes to this industry, we want to make sure we capture the education and workforce development part of this emerging industry. We want to be part of the research and technology advancement. We want to partner with industry. We want to bring manufacturing to the city of St. Petersburg, and we want to do it all. I was able to meet with the superintendent of public schools. We have programs within the city limits, and I know within Pinellas County, starting at the middle school level, when it comes to drones and other technologies like that. We have some other programs at high school levels. And I know St. Pete College has a program on aviation also. So I just want to connect the dots when it comes to the education and workforce development aspect of this, but also get into the research and manufacturing. Overall, this has been just an amazing study. I was very glad that the city took a lead in this technology. It was very good to have somebody like Whit Blanton and 11 other dedicated volunteers to study this industry that's going to transform how people are going to how they're going to travel. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you so much. And not just for the presentation, but for serving on this task force and guiding it so well. We'll start with Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing this presentation. We had seen this, as you mentioned, at City Council, and so when we had the conversation at the city, one of the pieces I brought up with you was the importance of the regional aspect. I think that is really going to be key. You know, we're talking about regional transit today, right? And trying to kind of maybe go back a little bit and potentially redo what maybe should have happened in the beginning with having a regional effort. And I think on this in particular, I would like to make sure that that is a focus, because I don't want in 10 years for us to go back and say, oh, wait, we probably should have started more on a regional level. So Commissioner Flowers is the chair of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. And so I would just love, if possible, for this to come. Because, and that was what I mentioned there. I think that the Regional Planning Council is the logical next stop for this, because we really need to get our partners across the region on board. I think this is going to be a great success, and I know that the city of St. Petersburg is going to invest and work in this arena, but I want to make sure that all of our partners are on the same page. So I just really wanted to put a pin in that, because I think it is probably the most critical piece of its real success.
Absolutely.
So thank you for all of your work. And
you bet.
I'll look forward to seeing you at the Regional Planning Council.
Good, excellent.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I can just add to that real quick, we are very happy to say that on June 17th, this will be a topic that we're having with the Central Florida MPO Alliance and the Suncoast Transportation Planning Alliance at the SunTrax facility in Polk County. And so we've got the Department of Transportation looking into a possible speaker. And I said, well, maybe Ed and I can go there and talk about what we did in St. Petersburg as well. So.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. There are a few things that make me want to drive to Polk County. This would be one of them. I'll be there. Commissioner Flowers?
He was before me, Councilmember Albritton.
Okay,
was
I'm
before
sorry,
me.
Councilmember Albritton.
Great presentation. You know, I've seen this coming for a few years, and I know that things, when they happen today, they happen real quick. And so I'm glad we're talking about this now, because I really do think it's, you know, with all these manned drones now, not the unmanned, but the eVTOL drones, I mean, it's going to come really quick. Right. My only question is, and I'm not familiar with it, is anybody talking about any kind of AI air traffic controlling? Because there's going to be a lot more small vehicles that are up and around besides just the main airlines that, to me, it just seems it would be logical to have something tracking everything, you know?
Right. Well, so the FAA controls all the airspace over the United States. And I know that the FAA is studying this issue, how they're going to deconflict the traffic as this industry continues to emerge. We didn't get into that at our task force study, but it's something that the FAA needs to take a leadership role on.
Yeah.
And like I said, in other countries, China, for instance, they're already flying these, and it's not going to be very long before we start doing this also. But the FAA needs to grab that and get it done.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It is interesting. I don't think we would need to do very much work probably in formatting some of the regulations, because when you look at these vehicles, and I'm thinking about how helicopters are utilized, you're talking helioports for helicopters that land, and all of the things that come with that. So I think that utilizing what's there for those, except some of these will be unmanned, I think I would be hopeful that that would be a real easy transition over. I was in Washington, D.C. for some meetings, and they had like a rough draft sample of one of these to be unmanned. So I prefer mine to have somebody up there driving it, you know, because I've, you know, some of us have seen those shows where the unmanned cars in Nevada got into a traffic jam because the wires got crossed and they were all moving together. So I prefer to have somebody flying something. I think this is absolutely wonderful, and I would love to see us look at even expanding that footprint to Tallahassee. This would be fabulous, rather than driving 4 hours. I'd love to get up there quicker, and even going down to South Florida for some of the major conversations with the ports for things that are going on down there for shipping concerns. So I think this is great. And when you look at even some of the drones that the military uses right now, they are the size that could transport people. They just use them to transport weaponry. So hopefully it wouldn't be too long in getting through to the 2028 piece that you have up there.
Absolutely.
One part of your presentation talked about, I guess, like an input or presentation to the community. It would be nice to see, for those that currently have this in operation, what the cost would look like.
Right.
I know when I was on a previous board, it was around $100 and something one way. So that may not be feasible for some, but for executives and whatnot. And I think the more popular it becomes and the consistency in available scheduling, it'll probably, you know, bring down the cost. But I think that's something that I would like to know.
Sure.
So maybe when you do that, and I will speak with Ren to work with you all to get you on the calendar, because as you were talking, I was sitting here thinking about some of the geo structuring that we're doing and planning, long-range planning, and this will be part of it. Even for sustainability, resilience and sustainability, Brandy, to have them maybe make a presentation at our resiliency conference is coming up. So I think, so anyway, I think this will be fabulous. So I'll get with you because that's going to happen fairly quickly. And if you could come, we'll make room. I'll make room for you. I think, yeah, because that's all of the regional planning councils from all over. And I think that would be a perfect thing to do if you would like to and are available. It's just over in Palmetto. It's not that far.
I'll make myself available.
All right. Make sure I get your info before you hop out.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
If I could just mention the cost aspect, we didn't get too much into the cost of these vehicles, but when we had ARC Invest come and make a presentation to us, they talked a little bit about the cost. And I know some of the industry manufacturers, their goal is to transport a person for the same price as an Uber Black. That's their goal. But when this first starts out, it's going to be very expensive because it's new technology. So the first airline flight, now it was a contest on who could be the passenger, but the cost for that 22-minute flight from St. Petersburg to Tampa, the contest winner was the mayor. He spent $400 in 1914. So just give you no, that was $400 in 1914. Yes, yeah.
Okay, so praise God for Google. Here's what it says. Flying passengers in China for public transportation, primarily using EHang's certified EH216S, are to cost roughly around $30 per ticket. So that's what they pay over there. So anyway, that'll be good. But in Pinellas Technical College, you are correct, is doing a wonderful job in partnering with the schools for middle schoolers as well as high schoolers, and then transitioning them over to Pinellas Technical College, St. Peter Clearwater campus for the more expansive drone program, which they may be doing this. It could be the people doing that. So.
Thank you.
All right, now, Mayor Freeney.
So I did want to say that when PSTA had their autonomous vehicle pilot program in Dunedin, and we had an accident with a person, it's when the driver of the autonomous vehicle took it off autonomous and drove it. So, yeah, so not always the person does better.
Good looking out.
So I had two questions. One was a traffic control question, which already got answered. And the other one was just the ability for bad actors, especially as they become autonomous. Is that discussed, or is that just?
No, that would be a very big concern, but we did not get into that level of detail.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ed, always good to see you. I'm seeing Montanari Flying Services in your future. So Mayor Freeney partially asked my question, and I don't even know that you would have any insight into this answer, but do you have any idea what the safety record is like in the areas of the world where these are flying now?
I have not heard of any accidents yet, but I don't think, I mean, they're not extensively used. Commissioner Flowers talked about EHang in China. They're the first country that I know of that's actually started flying passengers. As far as I know, I have not heard of any sort of accidents at this point. But whenever you have moving vehicles, something's going to happen. I mean, you could you think about the Airbus 320 that took in a flock of birds and did a dead stick landing on the Hudson River. I mean, you just never know what could happen.
Right. Well, the FAA is going to have to step up their game, because if they don't, before we know it, these are going to be like e-bikes in the sky, right? Buzzing around everywhere and ticking everybody off.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Ed.
I'm posting that on the Pinellas Trail.
Oh,
friends.
please don't.
Yeah, when you're running, one will be right alongside. It'll be me driving it saying.
I think there was oh, yes, Vice Mayor Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ed, for the presentation. Sure. Has there been discussion at the state level on this? Because the legislature's not been good at much lately, but they're really good at telling us what we have to do where. So I was just...
The state has been a clear leader in this technology. And that one slide that I had with the timeline, the start of the timeline was the state. And the state has has put an extensive amount of work into this. And there was a bill that, I was up in Tallahassee in January, and there was a bill that passed through the legislature on advanced air mobility. So they are doing quite a bit of work. I'm sure Whit can.
I can add a little bit to that. Vice Mayor, the House Bill 1093 passed this year. It's waiting for the governor's approval, I believe, and it would authorize FDOT to spend up to 100% of the cost of a public vertiport and 80% if there's federal funds involved. So that's a pretty high percentage. And then last year in the session, I believe it was 2025, it was the transportation bill requires MPOs like us to incorporate advanced air mobility into our long-range transportation plans. So the state's been a longtime leader in this. They've clearly indicated this is a policy priority and a funding priority for the state. So I think it's good that the city of St. Petersburg is getting ahead of it, and I think it's important that we look at it from a regional perspective as well.
So I guess just making sure that if we're going to really think hard about coming up with, codes and stuff as respective cities, if the state's just going to step in and say, hey, it needs to be here, there, or it needs to, be run through MPOs, then...
There was a preemption bill as well that restricted what local governments could incorporate into design considerations for vertiports. I don't think it would preclude you from addressing noise and those kinds of impacts, but having some basic minimum standards and a process for approval probably going to be bounded by some state preemption, I would imagine.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Oh, yes,
I
Vice
just
Mayor
had a
Johnson.
question. Thank you for the great presentation. I know I've done a ton of research on this over the years, and one of the things I think consistently is a problem with this is the range of these are not really very long right now.
Correct.
Is there an expectation of that technology moving forward enough? Like I don't know. What I saw is like 50 miles, 40 minutes airtime, maybe something like that. Is that consistent with what you're hearing?
No, the presentations that we had, the electric ones, the range is very limited.
Yeah.
Like in the 25, 30 mile range. Some of them had a little bit longer range. When you start carrying passengers, the regulations, I know from a reciprocating engine or a turbine engine like aircraft, not only do you have to fly from your origin to your destination, but then you have to have fuel reserves on top of that. How the FAA is going to regulate that with an electric vehicle. But, you see like Teslas right now, they've got percentage of battery life. They may have some sort of regulation that you have to have a certain percentage of battery life in reserve for any operations. But, I also think that battery technology is going to improve, as time goes on. I mean, you kind of think whether it's the first airline operation, it was two people, very short flight. You think about the Wright brothers, they flew like 150 feet, and they didn't have much fuel on board, but as technology improves, things get a lot better.
I'm just wanting to avoid my drive to Georgia that I make twice a month.
Sure.
So I'm trying to figure out how to do that as affordably as possible.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember, I'm sorry, Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. Hey, nice to see you. Been thinking about this. This is the last time I got a presentation from you on it. Just a couple of things. First, you mentioned like there was updates so frequently that you were getting them while you were doing the process. Since you finished the process, is there anything of note occurred or changed? Or is it just, typical happenings of the industry?
There's some things happening within the industry, but not anything really large.
Yeah, and I would assume the outcome would still be the same.
Right, I do know that some of the manufacturers are working closely with the FAA to get that certification as quickly as possible.
Okay.
But I don't think the certification has happened yet.
And then, I've mentioned this once before, but I guess I wanted to be a little more specific. Like, so this, to me, looks like, you know, very similar to like a helicopter application. I was just wondering if you could speak to the differences. Some, like, I assume over the long term, we want this to be cheaper than that kind of operation. And also less intrusive is a guess, I guess, that I have.
Yes, so most of the vehicles that I put up on the slide are vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, but they're not all vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. Some of them, and they call these eVTOLs, electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. There are some manufacturers that build eCTOLs, electric conventional takeoff and landing vehicles, and they take off and land like an airplane, but they're electric powered. So there's two different types, but these, I think the autonomous feature is one of the big things that's going to differentiate this from conventional aircraft operations. Now, airplanes have been operating with autopilots for a long time, but having a completely autonomous vehicle with no safety observer or pilot on board, that's going to take us into a different area where it's interesting to study this. I'm curious of how many people are going to want to get on these vehicles when they're airborne.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's a good question. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Thank you for the presentation. A couple things I want to just touch on. I really love the idea of the Janus Center for Aviation and Innovation. And it reminds me of an article I just saw the other day. I think it was the Florida Chamber that had a report that showed a shortage of aviation workers, so in like traditional aviation. So, and you see that in a lot of the trades these days, that we have trouble getting young people to consider these career paths, and more emphasis needs to be placed on that. At the same time, we have this new technology that actually could serve as an incentive or another way to attract the attention of younger people thinking about different career paths in both traditional aviation, but that's so related to eVTOL innovation and what's coming. That I think it's one of those things where everybody could be lifted by that. If there is a big push to get more people interested in aviation careers. And by that, it's more than just pilots. It's about logistics. It's about mechanics. It's, you know, all kinds of things. But I see an opportunity to promote both and help both at the same time. And I think having a center like this, I do love the work that's being done by some of our schools now, but to have a center like this that's really laser focused on aviation and the future of aviation would be fantastic. So I really hope that the city keeps moving forward with that idea. Also, I know I've mentioned to the board before, but we do have some new folks maybe since then. I subscribe to a newsletter from the Vertical Flight Society. They do an e-newsletter. I think it's just once a month. And they've got really good information on eVTOL progress and what's going on. with that. This, that particular group, I noticed that they have a conference coming up in West Palm Beach next month. I imagine you're attending, that you've already signed up for it. And one of these days, you'll be able to take an air taxi to get there. And wouldn't that be nice? So, yeah, so there's a lot, and that one is called The Future of Vertical Flight. And so I imagine there is a lot more to come on this, and I hope that we will have more conversations about it and how it can impact our county and how we can impact its growth by being part of it.
Right.
So, all right.
Good.
Well, thank you so much. It was great seeing you.
It's great to be here. Thank you for having me. Just wanted to close with, so Councilmember Floyd and I have been to Azalea Middle School a couple of times. They have a, what's it called? The Suncoast Drone?
Sunshine State Drone Expo, but
Yes.
I am worried that they might not continue it soon.
Yeah.
But they still have the drone work at the school, yeah.
Right, but it's amazing seeing these middle school kids flying these drones around. They race them around the gym and outside, and they fix them, and they're very interested. So to me, you kind of, you put an idea out there, but you already have kids that are interested. And, so let's capture that interest. And then Vice Mayor Butler talked about the FDOT. In the back of our report, we do have a link to the FDOT, and they have, that's an easy way to just see what the state's working on this subject. So thank you so much for having me.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to take up the next item, and then we're going to move our break up a little bit and take our short break after the next item. So,
I'll introduce our next folks.
okay.
Some of you may not remember, but in 2022, Ford Pinellas, Pinellas County, and 7 partner communities signed an Advantage Pinellas Housing Compact and pledged to take leadership role in addressing our housing crisis. Together, we've created a housing action plan, which sets out some goals and strategies and expanding housing diversity, choice, and affordability in Pinellas County. We've also worked on a number of countywide projects to implement the plan, such as creating a regulatory reform toolkit, launching an educational campaign for citizens, and holding a series of housing summits. At the same time, each of the local partner communities in the compact have been working to address housing challenges within their own terms and within their own communities. And we've been asked to host a series of presentations from our partners periodically throughout the year. And so this is one of those. So today I'm really pleased to introduce Dr. Avery Sliker and Mark Van Loo from the City of St. Petersburg, the Director and Assistant Director of the city's Housing and Community Development Department, and they'll give us a short update on some of their activities. Take it away.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting Mark and I. We're very happy to be here. So like most housing and community departments throughout the region, we have a Housing for All 10-year comprehensive plan. That is to guide our work, and it's to get to that affordability, housing affordability crisis issue through logical, strategic policies. How do we get there? We need to produce more affordable housing while we continue to preserve the affordable housing that we have, and we need to protect our tenants as we're doing all of this. So again, Mark and I ask, how do we get there? And we asked our team, how do we get there? And we came up with something very interesting and innovative. What if we flipped who we were responsible to? Most hierarchy for a department is your funders rule you. You are dictated by the funder, and that's what you do. And then the policymakers assist that, and then we have city policy for that, and then come our residents. Well, we knew our mission, and that was to develop viable community with safe, healthy, affordable housing. How do we meet that goal in order to meet those objectives for the city? the team asked us, well, we need to know, what do we value? And so together, Mark and I brought an entire team together for an afternoon, and they listed their values, which were to prioritize the need of those that they saw every single day, leverage their input, provide exceptional service to them, and become a catalyst of change through that. Led to another question then. Where do our investments go and why? Are we really getting a return on our investment? And does the data out there match the voices that we're listening to? We know affordability, the needs that our homeowners have and our renters have. There's displacement. People want to stay in the city that they grew up in. People want to come back to the cities after college. People want to move to the city to join their extended family and be as one. So how do we take all of that we value, knowing now where our investments have to go, knowing that we're responsible to the mission and to the goals? Okay, let's actually do it, and let's flip it upside down. Let's be responsive, first and foremost, to our residents, our city, our policy, and then our funders will ground us. So we're going to talk about transforming that theory that we started with 3 years ago and actually are putting it into practice. So I'll start with some single-family work, but then the bulk of what we're going to talk about is our affordability and multifamily. And we're going to talk to you briefly about how we do not do this alone. We are not a siloed department. So for single-family programs, we start with rehabilitation. Most cities have that. We've done 833 homes since 2020. How can we continue that great work? One thing that we found was we needed more contractors. We only had 3. And so we extended our procurement. We open it up, it's year-round. We review it every quarter. And with that, in 3 years, we now have 30 contractors on board, allowing us that capacity to do more. Most recently, our most exciting intervention was where are applications getting stuck in the actual application phase? They're coming in incomplete, and then it takes us a very long time to get that document work. So we hire housing assistants. This is not only the front door and the first face that a resident's going to see, but that assistant is going to ask, do you have all of this that we need? If I came to your house today and picked it up, could I have it? Okay, let's get you hooked up and set up. Let's do this application. And they hold the hand through the progress. In November, when those assistants started, we only had 7 active rehabilitations happening in the city. As of yesterday, there were 50. Innovation's working. We talk about ADU, wanting to increase those accessory dwelling units. People want to live smaller. Well, since 2020, we accomplished 292. How can we get more? So we worked with the planning department, and they put together the ADU wizard. Number 1 question by homeowners, am I allowed to build this here? You go into the website, you type in your address, and it pops up everything that you need to know about permitting in the city for an ADU. How can homeowners afford to build an ADU? Well, we have a rehabilitation for affordable rehab. Citywide, you can build an ADU, and we will provide you with a rebate at the end of that for your construction cost, up to a certain amount. Within the CRA, we started the ADU incentive that was modeled after that program. And what we've seen is that from when we started ADUs in the city in 2020, in 2025, we had a 54% increase. We also have our disaster funding that is separate to the relief funding that's in the area. We spent $2.4 million of private funds, local funds, state funds, and federal funds. And we didn't just rehab. We did sustainability and mitigation. Anyone that had a tree removal, we then offered them the tree planting grant. We have to give even more. So Mark is going to now tell you about our developers and what multifamily does.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having us and allowing us to share a little bit about what we're doing in St. Pete to fulfill our plan. I kind of co-opted a line from a popular movie and added to it a little bit. What we learned is that one of the most effective ways to fund an affordable or workforce housing project is through tax credit, financing, or the sale program. If you depend on that, you're going to be limited to maybe it's a highly competitive program and you may get a few projects a year at best. There may be years you don't get any. And so we depend on developers. We depend on multifamily housing that is mixed income, allowing the market rate and workforce units to help fund the affordable units to make projects pencil. So that means we rely on developers. And how do we attract more developers and more projects to the community to get more housing built? We built a strong program, and we have found that that's worked well, and the developers have come. I get 1, 2, sometimes 3 calls a week from new developers, not just in the Pinellas County, not just in the state of Florida, but from all over the country, who are interested in and who have heard about the strength of our program and want to partner and build in the city of St. Pete. We've done that by being very proactive and providing information that developers need. So we have sections of our website dedicated to that. We provide that information, and it tells them what they need to know about developing housing in the city of St. Petersburg, rather than them having to kind of pry it out of us, which we've heard from developers is the case in many parts of the country. We are very responsive. When they reach out, we are there. We answer the phones. We respond to the emails. We have the meetings. We help them understand how they can develop housing in our city and what that looks like and what we can bring to the table. We're very adamant about communicating that our goal is to get to yes. We also hear from developers that oftentimes they feel like dealing with cities and counties is a kind of an adversarial situation, and that it feels to them like what most municipalities are trying to do is find every possible way to say no and why this can't be done. We always come into it to say, look, our goal is to get to yes. How do we find a good, balanced project that works for you and works for the city and provides the needed housing? And that is, they appreciate that a lot and respond well to that. We try to make our processes very simple, convenient, and transparent. Developers often comment to me and my team that they're very surprised at how open we are about how much money the city has to put into affordable housing at that point in time, what kind of monies we see coming, and what our other incentives and things are that we can provide. Oftentimes, again, they feel like they have to kind of pry that out of, or there's some secretive thing about that. We want to be very open and transparent so they know what we have to work with and what we can bring to the table for them. And then being open and honest with good news and with bad news. Again, I learned very early in my career that oftentimes folks can handle the ugly truth much better than a pretty lie. So we are very upfront and we're very honest. If it's not something that's going to happen or not something we can do that they're asking, we tell them that because they don't waste time and they don't waste money on a project that isn't going to work. We also realize that, the kind of go-to to support affordable and workforce housing in any community is providing gap funding. But gap funding is limited for all of us and feels like it's more limited all the time versus constantly rising costs for these projects to be developed. So we look at all of the different ways we can provide incentives and things that will make a project pencil out. That includes all the things on the screen right now: density bonuses, smart use of the Live Local program. The city's Chapter 17.5 of our Land Development Code is an alternative pathway to the Live Local Act that provides many of the same benefits and even more in exchange for more deeply affordable units within the project versus the Live Local Act requirements. YIGBY, or Yes in God's Backyard, we've embraced that. We have an ordinance in place to allow that to happen, and we're out ahead of the new state regulations around that. So we have a very strong pathway for those types of projects. Providing developer incentives, all kinds of different incentives that we can bring to the table, whether it be reducing parking requirements or other land development regulations that can make their project more feasible. So using our funding strategically, we provide developer tools on our website that developers can use to figure things out on what can be built, where it can be built, how it can be built. We have done a lot of reforms on our land development regulations and on our zoning, land use, and overlay incentives. So all of those tools are necessary in today's world to make projects work and to be able to assist as many projects as possible and get as much housing built as possible to solve the problem. And the results of that since 2020, our current 10-year plan started in 2020, and so we're just over halfway through that plan. We have just under 5,000 multifamily units that are in all stages of construction and pre-development. Those are projects that we have great confidence in, even the ones that are in earlier stages of pre-development. These are projects we're pretty certain are going to get across the finish line. There are actually quite a few more projects that are in very, very early stages, and we just aren't convinced yet that those are going to get all the way through. Of those units described in that 4,928 units, 76% of those units are affordable workforce units. The rest would be market rate units in mixed income projects. And we are on track to far exceed our Housing for All 10-year goal, which ends in 2029, of creating or preserving at least 3,200 affordable and workforce housing units. So we're well ahead of that curve. We're going to exceed that goal, and it's all due to the things that we have put in place and the program we've built in the city of St. Pete that has developers all over the country talking about and wanting to know, how can we get in on that? How can we build housing down there? So with that, with what's next for us, subsidy continues to get tighter, and we're looking at new ways to make projects feasible. And so that could include things like making sure that our money goes as far as possible, the funds that we do have. We're investigating a revolving loan fund, for example, where we, instead of putting gap funding into a project that would ultimately be forgiven and we're never going to see again, there are ways to provide funds to a developer in the form of a no or low interest loan that we can get back in a year or two, and then that money goes back to work and can continue to help build more and more projects. That's one example of how we're making our funds go further. We're looking at ways, considering ways to increase the available funds for affordable housing subsidy, working to keep our housing funds flexible so that we can respond to changing market conditions. Sometimes our funds are locked into a particular use or a particular program. We try to make sure that when we have that situation, we do have the ability to reallocate those funds to new uses and new places that make more sense given the rapidly changing conditions that we see in the market today. And we're striving to be a better partner in the creation of the preservation of affordable and workforce housing, the creation and preservation. So we're looking at and considering more projects that would purchase existing housing and renovate that housing and perhaps expand on that housing in addition to just creating new. So those are some of the newest tools that we're looking at as we face an even tougher environment than we have in years past. How we can make our dollars stretch further, how we can be a better partner and get more housing built, primarily affordable workforce housing. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Avery to wrap us up here.
We don't do this work alone. Obviously, most of the time when you think about the housing department, you think, of course, you work with building, of course, you work with planning, of course, you work with permitting. But we have to work with other departments also. Our housing department's unique because we also house our social service programs. And so that added a new complexity to our mission because we now have the most vulnerable populations that we need to address. And so we partner with our number one partner in the city, our codes department. Our codes department can do things we can't do when funders tell us we can't. So they are the extra voice. And so tenant protections, if I'm receiving a call for fair housing and it's a complaint that's an eviction, I can immediately pick up the phone and transfer this individual to our codes department that will start working with them in their eviction diversion program. If I have a tenant that has a question about if they have a fair housing question, and really it's not a fair housing question, it's just a renter question and a great one, I can refer them over to the codes department where we have the renter's guide that has everything from A to Z of what you need to know about renting in our city. They do things we can't do over in codes because they have innovative programming and funding also. So through their community support specialist, they can take on programs that we can't do in renovation. And they have up to $10,000 per resident to do so. So they can do hazardous trees. Again, referring back to plant the trees afterwards, driveway repair, accessory buildings that we cannot touch, we're not allowed to by state laws. They can go in and help with that. They have the neighborhood team that can go out and do the light touches, the painting of a trim of a home, removing of overgrowth, things like that. So we partner. But most importantly, we partner with their emergency response. Emergency response doesn't happen just during disaster. Neighborhoods need things, and codes are out there every single day. So what we do is we partner with them in their door-to-door outreach. We provide vital information that neighbors need, and they report back to us the unmet needs that they are seeing in the community. That again, help inform us. Because what makes us able to do what we're doing is that we listen to those voices first. They want us to be clear with them. They want us to be simple and they want us to be transparent. And they want us to be as rapid as we can with our response. And so we try. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Avery and Mark, I really appreciate everything that you do. It makes me very proud to see you presenting the work that you all do accomplish as well. So, but I know that you two are very passionate about what you do, and it's great to have a chance for everyone to see what great superstars we have working on housing for our city. We'll go ahead to questions and start with Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, and I just want to echo your comments. Your team, everyone at the city, you make us so proud. Thank you so much for bringing the good word out from the city and sharing it with everyone else. I always brag on our city because we are leaders in the state on affordable housing, and this presentation doesn't even begin to touch the surface of what what you all do every day. So thank you. Wanted just to, real quick, one stat that I feel like you missed, and this is something that I touch on a lot when we talk in our Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee, of which Councilmember Floyd is the chair, and we get a great report in our backup, thanks to Councilmember Floyd allowing it, that shows us all of the different AMIs and really breaks it down and shows the work that you're doing. So I just went and pulled our most recent one, and I know it's always changing, but on the one that we're looking at for tomorrow, I have that 55% of these units that you mentioned are actually 80% AMI and under. And so I always want us to touch on that and make sure that we are sharing that, because the work that our city team does really does affect the most vulnerable, the people who need it the most. And so I did not want that to get missed. These stats are great, but I think that is one that we should always brag about and make sure that we tell the story. So thank you for everything that you do. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? All right, well, thank you so much. And again, we really appreciate you being here. It means a lot. All right, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess at this time. If you all could please, I said 10 minutes, but if you can be as brief as possible, the sooner we get back into a quorum, the sooner we can move the meeting along. So for now, this board meeting is in recess. will call back to order the Ford Pinellas Board meeting and move on to our next item on the agenda for today, which is item 7D, discussion on the regional MPO merger apportionment and the resolution. And for that, Whit, did you want to go ahead and kick things off for us?
I want to kick things off a little bit, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chelsea to walk us through this. She's been our project manager, point person. This has been a project management team with Hillsborough and Pasco. But before I turn it over to Chelsea and say much more, I do want to recognize our partners in the room. We have Dr. Wong from the Hillsborough TPO in the back. We have Tania Gorman from the Pasco MPO also here, and they are more than happy to answer any questions that you might have. I want to make a point that we've been working in partnership with those other MPOs to get to this point. Sarah Caper of the Hillsborough TPO, our former employee here at Ford Pinellas, is the project manager, because I do believe it's important to have a single point person, and Chelsea's been part of that team as well. Today is an important action for Ford Pinellas. It's a strategic action because we've accomplished a lot over the last couple of years, but it's not a final binding action. I want to be super clear about that. It is really a testing of the waters, testing your comfort level, and there's still a lot more work to be done. This is to conclude phase 1 of the consultant work that we've been working on for a while, and would move us into phase 2, where we'll add more detail, more clarity. And while we may take action today on a specific apportionment plan for the regional MPO board, as we get additional information, I am certain that we can come back and look at this again in the fuller context. And I want to paint a picture that this action is the first of several actions taken by the 3 MPOs in the next few weeks. And then we will be transmitting our action to the partners, who are the 3 boards of county commissioners and the city of Tampa. And then they're going to be doing a similar thing we are today, which is a interim testing of the waters action to see if there's consensus around the apportionment plan. And then before anything gets sent to the governor for approval, which is a requirement, there'll be a second round of votes with that full picture in mind of the operating agreement, the bylaws detailed, all the things that we have on tap, the legal framework for phase 2. I also want to say one thing about coordination versus collaboration. We are required by federal law to coordinate our transportation plans. That's part of what MPOs have been about since the beginning. And I think we coordinate very well today. But what does coordination mean to you? Coordination to me means that I've sat down with you and I've told you what I'm doing, and you've sat down and you've told me what you're doing, and I understand what you're doing and you understand what I'm doing, but we're doing our own things. And I want to draw a real distinction between coordination and collaboration. And collaboration, true collaboration, takes trust and it takes strong partnerships. And what it means is that we are both doing things together that benefits each other fairly and respectfully. And I think we're working towards collaboration, and certainly we've been collaborating to get to this point with our partners. But this is fundamentally about creating a framework that enables, encourages, and really keeps our feet to the fire to collaborate. So with that, Chelsea, I'll let you walk us through the process and the recommendations.
I also have a spreadsheet of all the population in the entire region. So if anyone has questions about that, we can work it up pretty quickly. So really just starting with how we get here. The merging of the MPOs in the Tampa Bay area has been a topic of discussion ever since the 90s, since before pretty much any of us started here with Ford Pinellas. But in 2023, there was state legislation that required a study, a formal study of the possibility of merging the 3 MPOs together. And in response to that, we worked with our partners at Hillsborough and Pasco, and we developed a memorandum of understanding that really committed us to taking a more formal evaluation of a merger for the region. So we really just built, what we're doing now is we're building on those earlier efforts to get to a proposed implementation framework and an organizational strategy that will be considered by the local officials and ultimately by the governor's office. And the reason that we're bringing this to you now and not when everything's totally finalized is there is a lot of work that still needs to be done. And we're very cautious about breaking this up so that we could bring everyone along with us, make sure that you're able to review and comment all of the products as we go, and that we don't get too far ahead of ourselves, spending lots of time and energy and money into something that may not be exactly where you all want us to take it. So in terms of the project needed motivation, and which Whit really touched on this already, the goal is to have a single local decision-making policy board that will prioritize federal transportation projects. We like to say, you know, we have a unified voice here in the Tampa Bay region, and we've done really great things by all coming together and speaking as one. That includes the prioritization of the West Shore Interchange in Hillsborough County, but also the Sunrunner in St. Petersburg and interchange projects in Hillsborough County. There have been a lot of really big projects that have come together because we all supported them as a region collectively. This would be a forum for coordination across county lines. You know, we all talk about residents don't necessarily know when they cross from one county into another. They just know that they have to get somewhere to go to work and they need transportation to get there. So this would also serve as a one-stop shop for public input and participation. If you have an issue on your commute, you don't need to look up, okay, do I have to call Hillsborough, do I have to call Pasco, or is this on the Pinellas side? There's one-stop shop for public engagement. So a lot of the considerations that you see up here on the screen are things that we're working through now. One is balancing region-wide decision-making with local input. At Ford Pinellas, we do a lot of work with our local government partners, and we provide a lot of support and resources to those local government partners. So we want to make sure that as we're talking about a regional organization, how do we keep that local support? How does this organization represent the population and interests fairly? We say Pinellas is so diverse, we have 25 different local governments. Well, that's just Pinellas. When you add in Hillsborough and Pasco, there's a lot of different interests, a lot of different people who have a lot of different priorities. And so this organization is going to have to reflect all of them in a fair way. There are a lot of legal and regulatory requirements. The state and federal laws that hold up us each as individual MPOs would then apply to a single merged one. And we have to navigate that when we're looking at expanding our geographic and also our population base. We want to consider how we maximize those opportunities for the local input, again, not losing that local voice, and that we provide the range of services needed that are going to advance the goals that we have as collectively as a region. And also a merged MPO needs to be set up so that it can adapt to change and new opportunities. So when we started this work in early 2025 with our consultant, we started with a survey of all the MPO employees, really looking at the culture. We wanted to get staff's initial reaction to the potential merger, what their perceptions were for benefits and concerns, and also some of those key leadership priorities that would make a merger successful. We then worked on summarizing the MPO operations of each entity. The way that we do things in Pinellas is very different in some ways from how it's done in Pasco and Hillsborough. So we really wanted to start from a point of understanding where we align and where we're different so that we can really focus on, okay, how does this work when we're merging going forward? Back in November, each of you and all of our other local governments, elected officials, were invited to a workshop at the Epicenter, where we talked about some of the key concerns and challenges and also opportunities for moving forward with a merger. And all of that finalized in the MPO Comparative Organizational Review. That is actually in your packet today, and that really highlights a lot of the key differences and similarities across the three organizations. Oh, sorry, I didn't know this one built up. So for the draft apportionment plan, how we got to this, where we're at right now. It started with that MOU back in October of 2023, with the goal being to certify a regional MPO by July of 27. That was the goal we set back then. In 2024, we talked a lot with the TMA leadership group on some key components of the apportionment plan. And the consensus was at the time that the modal partners, Tampa International Airport and Port Tampa Bay, would each have a single seat carved off the top, because just given the regional significance of those two entities. The transit operators, while currently in Hillsborough and Pinellas, the transit operators have a dedicated seat on the board. It was determined that for a merged board, it probably made more sense to have them as non-voting advisors. So that was decided as well, along with FDOT. And then the preferred board size was 25 seats, which is the maximum allowed by state law. Back in February, we had a meeting with the Suncoast League of Cities, and we really wanted their feedback on how small cities should be reflected on the board. We presented them with the 3 options that you see up here on your screen. And while there was a preference for one option over the other 2, it was very, very close. The key message that we got out of the Suncoast League of Cities was, if you want the small cities to be represented, they have to have a voting seat. An advisory committee was not good enough. The small cities wanted to make sure that their voices were heard, and there should be some kind of dedicated seats for them on any merged board. And then in February, also just 2 months ago, the TMA leadership group recommended that what was presented as option 3 was advanced. And option 3 was that each of that's uppercase county, but this is lowercase county, each lowercase county would decide how their seats would be allocated. The seats are apportioned based on population at the regional level, and then the sub-allocation within the geographic county would be determined by each geographic county. And that each of those jurisdictions would determine how small cities should be reflected. So where we're at today is that box on the left. Our objective today is to recommend a draft apportionment plan. We want to talk to you about how those seats for Pinellas County will be allocated or should be allocated. We also want to identify any deal breakers from you. There's a draft resolution in your packet that will go to the boards of county commissioners and the city of Tampa, and we've made sure that we added some language in there based on what we've heard so far. Some of that language includes that for some of the major MPO products, like the long-range transportation plan or the lists, the priority lists, that it'll require a majority vote of the board, but also a majority of each of the little lowercase counties that are reflected on that board. So if Hillsborough has 11 seats, in order for anything to pass, they would have to have at least 6 of the Hillsborough members would have to vote in the affirmative. Same with Pinellas and same with Pasco for those major products. And then what we're going to do also is invite the principals to vote on the resolutions of support. Now, later in spring, early summer, the principals, which are those 4 that we mentioned, are going to take up the matter of the resolution of support that includes the recommended apportionment plan and affirm the interlocal agreement suggestions that have been recommended by each of the MPO boards. In late summer and fall, we're going to be refining and updating all of the documents like the draft interlocal agreement. We'll move into the service offerings of the merged agency, and we'll start reviewing the draft bylaws and a funding plan. And then in fall, we plan to have the final deliverables and bring those to you all and the other MPO boards for their review and comment. While we're discussing this today, Pasco and Hillsborough will be taking up this matter at their next meeting in early May. So just a regional snapshot, these numbers are rounded. Hillsborough has about 1.5 million people, Pasco has about 600,000, and Pinellas has about 1 million. These numbers are based on the 2020 census as required by law. And you may say, well, we know that changes have happened in the last 6 years. That is correct. Just like Ford Pinellas, every 10 years, every MPO has to reapportion itself based on the census numbers. So the most recent was in 2020, so that's why we're using those as the baseline. Now we get down into the draft apportionment plan for Pinellas. As recommended by the TMA leadership group, we have a total of 25 seats, with 2 of those coming off the top for the Tampa International Airport and Port Tampa Bay. And today, we're going to be talking about how those seats in Pinellas, of which there are 8, should be allocated. The staff recommendation is as shown on the screen. 2 seats for the boards of county commissioners, 2 for the city of St. Petersburg, 1 each for Clearwater, Largo, and Pinellas Park, and then 1 for a small city that would be rotating. This reflects the population breakdown here in Pinellas County because there is a requirement that you apportion based on population. So our staff has followed that law and gone ahead and applied them in this way. That leaves 11 seats for Hillsborough County remaining and 4 seats for Pasco County. FDOT and the transit agencies would be non-voting advisors, but there would be 4 seats for them. And Hillsborough and Pasco, again, will decide how to apportion their own seats at their next board meeting as well. So again, these are our objectives: to recommend the apportionment for our 8 seats, identify any deal breakers, and then invite the principals to vote on the resolution of support. So I'm going to leave this here up on the screen. This is, again, the staff proposal for the allocation of those 8 seats. And I'd like to open it up to any questions or comments. And again, if there are any deal breakers or additional language you'd like to see moving forward into the interlocal agreement, we're going to jot those down and make sure that we share them with our regional partners as we move forward.
Chair, I have questions and comments.
Okay, we'll start with you.
Okay, great. Chelsea, can you go back to sheet number 9, please? Now, up in the right-hand corner, it says recommended by TMA, and that's for the entire footprint of the entire apportionment, right?
Yes, the 25.
And as far as I know, we've never voted to approve that apportionment county, over the tri-county area for the apportionment. But today we're being asked to approve the Pinellas section, which is tantamount to approving the entire TMA. This is the 25 seats. This is how they're allocated before the counties.
Yeah, we're asking for both the 25-seat total and then how we want to allocate the 8
Right,
seats.
so we're asking for both, not just one, we're asking for both. So we're making a recommendation on 2 things here. Now, from that sheet, which I gave you all one this morning, on the back of that, you'll see I did the math. Okay, I did a little math on here that I thought would bring to your attention. It's the TMA apportionment plan. The most striking, glaring problem I have with this plan is population. Hillsborough County has 48.4% of the population of the tri-county area, and we're giving them 52% of the votes. Pasco County has 19% of the population, and we're giving them 16% of the votes. Totally unfair. It's unfair to us, it's unfair to Pasco County. Now, I wanted to say, so I want you to understand there's 52, and they should only have 48%. So we're starting out, Hillsborough County is going to be driving and in charge of this MPO. They're going to be in charge of this MPO because they have the majority vote. We couldn't, even with Pasco County voting in lockstep with us, we can't overrule Hillsborough County. They will be in charge. Now, also, the airport. Now, 2 of those votes are the airport and the Port Authority, and you are being told that the airport and the Port Authority are neutral third parties. That is not going to be the way it is. The airport and the Port Authority, every member of that board, or those 2 boards, lives in Hillsborough County. There's not a single member on the airport for Tampa or the Port Authority who lives in Pinellas or Pasco County, not one. Also, don't forget, those boards include a county commissioner from Hillsborough County. So the very idea that they're neutral third party is wrong. Now, the 52% is not required by law, 48% is. And the bylaws, we have not even drafted our bylaws yet. The bylaws are going to run this organization. Well, if we merge and then we agree to this apportionment, Hillsborough County will send us the bylaws and say, this is what we want, I hope you understand what we sent you. So we can't accept that. Now, a lot of people like to use Tampa Bay Water as an example of a collaboration across the counties, and it is a good one. Tampa Bay Water, there are 3 board seats for each county. That's it. Now, we can have more, but we should not. It's a third, a third, a third. That's the way this should function. We should not be going out to start this behind the 8 ball, the loser, okay? And then you've also been told that apportionment is required to be based on population, and this is the way it's got to be. But obviously that's not true because we're proposing for Hillsborough to have more than they should on population and for Pasco to have less. So, I've been studying this, and I've put together a lot of joint ventures. and a lot of partnerships, and you do not agree to the ownership and you do not agree to the merger until you have the operating agreements together, which we don't have any. I've never seen a draft. So how I feel about this deal is, if you want Hillsborough County to decide how we're going to operate this merged MPO, you should vote for this. If you want Hillsborough County to determine which of our road projects in Pinellas County go on a 5-year plan that we send to the federal government and the state government for funding, you should vote for this. If you want Hillsborough County to determine which bridges connect our state parks and our beaches to our mainland, if that's what you want, Hillsborough to decide that, you should vote in favor of this. If you want to know, if you want Hillsborough to decide, AI's coming, right? And we need to do AI signalization in our intersections. If you want Hillsborough to decide which ones warrant that money, you should vote in favor of this. And if you want Hillsborough County to decide what roads we need to spend money on traffic studies and which ones need to be resignalized, you should vote for this. I myself, I do not support that idea. I do not support the premise that Hillsborough County should have a majority of these votes. And I believe that we should reject the TMA apportionment plan that you're looking at right there. If we reject it, then we can go back and say they've rejected it. We got to come up with a more fair plan. And I am not the only one that feels this way. This is a letter that I got today from the St. Petersburg Chamber of Commerce. And they want us to reject this apportionment plan, just like I do, for just the same reasons. And I've included this letter for you all as well. So anyway, I like the idea of working with the other counties. I'm not even opposed to the merger. But we must reject this apportionment plan and start over with the TMA and say, get it right this time. Sorry about that. Get it right this time. Come back to us with something that's fair, something we can live with. So anyway, I would like to make a motion that we reject this plan and that after we reject the plan, we ask WIT to go back and get us a reapportionment. And I would like to make that motion. If it doesn't get seconded, I've done my job and I've given you all the warnings I can.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I do want to ask if that motion can be made. I know with City Council, we have to vote in the affirmative. So I just want to make sure that we're good with this.
Are you asking whether it's a roll call vote?
No, I'm asking if this motion can be made because it's not a motion in the affirmative.
Has discussion, do you guys want to continue to discuss before?
That is not up to me. I'm just asking because with St. Petersburg City Council meetings, if someone makes a motion, it has to be made in the affirmative. So you can't make a motion to deny something. You can't make a motion to be against something. It has to be in the affirmative.
I see what you mean, but I think that that's permitted here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, that's okay. I get it.
Yeah. All
Thank
right.
you. Thanks for clarifying your
I'm
question.
sorry, I didn't catch the second. Was it Albritton? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I believe that's based on your city's charter, so the county doesn't have that requirement, just.
Robert's Rules of Order does allow for a motion with a second for purposes of discussion.
Right.
Okay. Thank you so much. This is very important. I just wanted to make sure we're doing it right. And so, you know, when you're used to playing with one hand and then you've got to come into this meeting and play with the other hand, you want to make sure we're doing it right. So I see that you have your hand up, Commissioner Flowers. We did have Mayor Freeney who signaled to speak before, so we're going to go to her next.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay. You can come back to me because mine is more into our own apportionment and how we've kind of allocated our own. I was ready to ask the question about the St. Petersburg Chamber letter today as well, so I'll be curious to see kind of staff's response.
I think, and did we want to discuss staff response now, or did you want to wait?
Well, I mean, I can put all my cards on the table, but if we're going to kind of do this, I mean, I think that maybe we need to vet out the bigger picture I don't want to get into the little picture when we're on the big picture. And it's a question in my mind, and again, I'm newer to the council, so, and newer to the issues, so I'm curious to see what the answer is, because on the face of it, it does seem like that makes a lot of logic, what Commissioner Shore is saying.
All right. If you don't mind, I'd like to take more comment and maybe, let a few more people speak. Okay, Deputy Mayor Shelley?
If we take the port and the airport out of this or make them non-voting members, then we could have 2 other seats available. The Tampa Bay water is not required to be apportioned by population, but that would move Hillsborough County back to 48% instead of having a 52% majority. Just something to consider.
Thank you. And Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I attended one of the meetings at the TMA over, I believe it was your first meeting, getting a chance to serve. So I heard all of the dialogue and discussion when it came to apportioning. And Commissioner Scher, I'm glad you're sitting down because I actually agree with you this time. I agree with you this time. And every point that he has clarified, I agree with, but I will also include that when we had T-BARTA and we were sessioned out, we could never get anything through because Hillsborough County every single time voted against us. Not one time, not twice, I'm talking every single time. And so all of the wonderful ideas, the funding, everything that we had that was laid out and things ready to go, we had, it was there. We had the funding, we had the people, we had the potential contractors. We could never get anything through because Hillsborough every single time. And I will tell you that Pasco County showed up to the meetings. Hardy showed up to the meetings, Sarasota, Manatee. So it, everybody was there on the table. We all saw the bigger picture. Hillsborough County, it was frustrating. It was. I'm not saying everybody from Hillsborough County is, but I'm just saying it was frustrating. And even when I, as chair, placed the call to Hillsborough County to say, hey, y'all got to do something because this is getting absolutely ridiculous. I feel like I'm getting up in the morning, coming here, and I'm really wasting my time because I already know what's going to happen. Nothing happened on that end. So I'm glad you're sitting down. I do agree with you this time. And thank you for making the recommendation on dropping the 2. I know the conversation over at the TMA before was all of the components that the airport and the port would bring holistically when you looked at the entire plan. I believe anyone can bring ideas and we can include, as far as ideas and partnerships, we can include whoever we want. That doesn't mean that they have to sit on this board. Or be a voting member. Yeah, be a voting member. And I love her to death, but I'll give you an example. One of the commissioners who is a county commissioner, she also serves on the Port Authority. So how are you going to juxtapose that? So I agree. I have to agree with Commissioner Scher on this one, and I think we need to look really carefully. I'm not saying that, for Pinellas, we want to overtake everything, but I do think we should be leveling out that playing field. We are a growing community. I know what the numbers just said. It seems like we're losing people, but I'm telling you, every time I get on the interstate, it seems like we're gaining people because I can't get anywhere in 15 minutes anymore, so I don't know what they're counting, but so I'll wrap it up, but I agree with your premise, and Mr. Shelley, I agree with your proposed solution to the number.
Okay. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. First, just one thing to the solution of the 2 seats is it does seem like mathematically 1 seat moved would make it almost identical to the 48% and the getting very close to that 16 as well, or 19 for Pasco. One seat moved, so I just wanted to make that comment. But I think I understand where this is coming from. There's a couple of things, though, that lead me not to be as worried, but to still understand. So first, like, I'm under the impression, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, like, the funding still has to be allocated proportionally to each county. So it's not like we're going to miss out on anything in that respect, and we'll still be the ones who are most educated on what decisions need to be made within our counties and can advocate for that. And then I guess I have a couple of questions, though, and I don't know really who to direct them to, but you know, I was there while we landed on this, and it was a lot of discussions and a lot of the principals getting a lot of say. And so I'm kind of wondering, you know, what does it even look like to go back and say we want a slight tweak to this? Does that start things over substantially? Like, does that make people from Hillsborough uncomfortable? That's one thing. And then I'll leave it there for now. If anybody wants to speak to that, I mean, Whit, you probably know best.
Well, I think Chelsea probably agrees with me. I think when you change something, it could have a lot of unintended consequences. I don't know, you know, how critical it is to Hillsborough County's support that, you know, this be allocated this way, but I think it's fairly important from what I've heard. We do have the airport and port scheduled to join us at the next TMA leadership group meeting on April 17th. So that may be an opportunity for you all to get a little more information directly from them, how they look at it. The only thing I'll say in addition at this point, and then I hope I can have a chance later on, is there's a big assumption here that there's unified voting in Hillsborough County. And Johnny is here, and he can probably speak to that if you want him to, but it is very rare that the city of Tampa and the Hillsborough County agree on anything.
Yeah, Whit, that is exactly the point, what I forgot to say, and why it doesn't stress me out, because I've watched them go at it in meetings.
I've been doing it for 11 years, and you know, I think you all need to kind of keep in mind that we're coming together not as special interests, we're coming together to represent Tampa Bay. And you know, when you come here, I don't think you're coming here to represent individual communities so much as you are what's good for Pinellas County, and that's how MPOs are meant to work. So the reason that we chose to go with the airport and port off the top is, first of all, those are not elected officials. They will be staff, CEOs, or designees, and Hillsborough already has staff representatives who vote on their MPO today. We do not have that. And those staff officials do think regionally. Nobody is ever saying they are an uninterested third party, if that's the right term. They're not like FDOT, which has to be that way, but they are regional interests, and they serve the region, more so than the Tampa-Hillsborough Expressway Authority, which only operates in Hillsborough County. So that's why they weren't put at that same level. And there's probably data that the airport director can show about how many passengers use that airport from Pinellas County. And they can also talk about all the gas shipments that come into Port Tampa Bay that serve fuel stations in Pinellas County. So that was really the rationale behind it, not to give 52% to Hillsborough County. And also, we have talked about legislative changes that would be needed to accompany this regional MPO. And if we don't merge on our own, we have very little leverage to ask the state legislature for anything. But if we do merge and we advance something like this, we can certainly ask the legislature to revisit the legislation that governs those two entities and expand that board to include proportionate representation from our two counties. And we've talked about that, and I think that's something a lot of people feel comfortable with doing. No guarantee, but feels like they owe us something if we voluntarily come together to merge to make people feel comfortable. And that's just one item. We've listed a few others that we think the legislature could help us on. And Chelsea did answer that we are required to, by federal law, to allocate transportation dollars by population. So there will be, in a 5-year work program, an equity provision so that Pasco, Pinellas, and Hillsborough all achieve their fair share of funding. That may vary from year to year, but it does equal out over time. And I think FDOT would be happy to speak to that if you have questions about that.
Thank you. I think my suspicion here, I can't speak to what happened at T-VARTA, I don't know, but I take a lot of, I give you a lot of credit because that sounds awful. But
Mayor,
see it in your eyes.
Ken Welch served too.
Yeah.
I mean, I can go that, you can go back and look at the videos. It got ridiculous.
I can't speak to that, but what I can speak to is like my time on regional boards thus far, and what I've seen when it comes to transportation planning is a breakdown not among geographic lines, but among I guess best way to describe it is like land use types and densities and priorities for municipalities that have an urban core versus those that don't, and those that are rural. Those have been the divides that I've seen, and not a geographic one. And like I think that's a lot about what goes on in Hillsborough County when they talk about the divide that they have had there over the years. And so I am not as worried about this apportionment, because I think when it comes time to vote on things like bylaws and structures that we're going to use to allocate funds, that's going to break down a lot along those same lines as well. And it won't necessarily be just based off of what county you're in, because if you're the city of Tampa and you're voting to prioritize transportation types that help the city of Tampa, then you're probably interested in the same transportation types that we need here in Pinellas County with our level of density versus, a Hillsborough County commissioner that doesn't represent the city of Tampa. And so that's why I don't have like a lot of heartburn over this, but I'll end on just saying that I totally understand where you're coming from, especially with past experiences. But that's not the way that I think that we will have different, strife in the future if we were to move this forward. So I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you. So first of all, Commissioner, thank you for bringing all of this forward today. I do appreciate all your homework on this. And certainly I think the apportionment plan I've had some heartburn with, but I think Councilmember Floyd, you kind of wrapped up a lot of my thoughts about the ways that I think eventually this will work itself out, mostly because Commissioner Scott and I had the pleasure of attending the Collab Lab, and I somehow, even though I don't represent a body that is going to be ultimately voting on this at the commission level, somehow got lumped into that group. And I got to see firsthand that it very much is not a Hillsborough versus Pinellas and Pasco. It is very much an urban type community, and I think the way you described it as a land use, more being different, more philosophical differences in the way that Hillsborough operates and Tampa than it is a Tampa Hillsborough versus Pinellas side. I think we would find a lot of collaboration between Tampa and Pinellas County just based upon those conversations. So I think where I was having some of that heartburn before that Collab Lab, I think some of it kind of went away a little bit. Now, when I look at this math that you have so generously provided to us, I did the same as Councilmember Floyd again. I think we're thinking along the same lines today. It's like one vote or one, position different, and it completely aligns with what the population is. So if Hillsborough became 12, and they wanted to give 2 of those, one to the port and one to the airport, then it leaves 1. And if that went to Pasco, now they have basically 20%. And now you have a perfect apportionment. And so I don't want to throw a complete wrench in everything over what I see as really one vote being moved from one county to another, because I do believe in the concept of regionalism. I do understand the power of that, and I don't want to throw kind of, the baby out with the bathwater, but at the same time, like, I think there needs to be more conversation about just some slight tweaking that would make it very much in aligned with the population. Now, I have a question about, and maybe it was discussed in here, and I was kind of trying to go through all of this and make sure I didn't miss it, but so this is based upon census, and we're basing this up on the 2020 census. Correct. What happens during the next census? The board is now 1.
Yes.
Is there reapportionment that happens with every census if there is a dramatic change? Can you go over that again? Because I just want to understand going into the future what that might look like.
Yeah, so every 10 years, every MPO is required to take a look at the latest census data and determine if they want to reapportion and how. That's when our board expanded to 19 from 13 a couple of years ago. So it's probably going to be about 2033-ish by the time the data is available. But then we go through the same exact exercise and you look at who has how many seats, where has the population changed, and do you need to reallocate?
But it'll never be more than 25 because that is the maximum that's allowed.
Currently allowed by state law, unless state law changes.
Right, and that's what I'm also thinking, is how does that ultimately end up maybe affecting us? I don't know, that's a lot to think about as well. And I think that probably even more so makes me feel like we really need to make sure we get it right now, starting off. So I'm not quite sure where I'm going to vote on your motion quite yet. I want to hear from more people, but I do see value in what you're bringing to the table. I just think there's a very simple tweak, but I know that, to your point, what a simple tweak kind of changes a lot of the different moving parts. And then I just wanted to clarify one other thing that you said. On the airport and the port, you said, and I thought I saw it in here, but again, I couldn't find it while we were all discussing. Is that specifically the CEOs, or you said CEOs or staff?
Right. Generally, it would be a staff position. So it's typically the airport CEO or the Port Tampa Bay. And sometimes they have their legal counsel, Charles Klug, who represents them, and he goes to those meetings and votes.
Does he represent both of them?
No, just the port.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Michael Stevens and Charles Klug.
Okay. I mean, that makes me feel a little better knowing it's not a elected official. And I do believe, and I actually had this debate a little while ago with someone, that I do see the airport and the port as a regional asset, but I do have concerns about the fact that there is not representation on that board, because even if it is the CEO that votes, they still answer to their board.
But those organizations also just tend to be operational organizations rather than policy organizations. So they're voting in the interest of the airport operations.
True.
Or the port operations.
Okay. Well, I think there's still a lot of unanswered questions, and so, yeah, look forward to continued conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Albritton.
Okay, so since I did second this, I wanted to explain really my thought process. I am really for a regional MPO. I mean, because I've actually been to Washington and seen they don't know who we are, but they know where Tampa Bay is. And I've always supported doing a regional MPO. This part of it, I knew we were going to have a little trouble with, because same thing that we've all espoused here, seeing how Tampa and Hillsborough have had their misunderstandings or their different understandings. It was always, I guess we were always just a little hesitant with Pinellas that, you know, we wouldn't be heard, but I still think that there's a lot of water under the bridge since we first started talking about this. And I don't want to do anything that will hamper moving this forward. I'd like to see if you say that we can work out a lot of these little things as we go. I think that could happen. I thought, Chris, what you said was kind of got me thinking of maybe not about the whole thing, but I agree with you. I said it can't be one-sided on this, but I don't want to stop this thing moving forward. I think we need to keep it moving. You know, even in the letter here that the St. Pete Chamber of Commerce wrote, they said even if if Tampa International Airport and the Tampa Bay, if they could update their governance to say that they are regional, which that's my only concern. And the two, what it does when you put them as voting members on the Hillsborough side, they're not really the Hillsborough side. They are regional, but it just seemed to overweight the Hillsborough. But if you take those away, it seems like with, you know, the apportionment based on population, it's very fair. And I'd like to see this move forward, so I think I'm glad we all had this conversation. We needed to have it, but I want to see this keep moving forward, and I really do think we can take care of some of these concerns to make it happen. So I'm going to pull my second on that and see where it goes now. So.
All right, so we have a motion, and the second has now been withdrawn. Hold on, I got a bunch of hands up all of a sudden.
I warned
And
y'all, it's going to be a long meeting.
I just want to make sure that Tina is up on what's going on, too. So you're good.
My head hurts, but I heard a motion from Commissioner Shearer, and his motion was to reject the TMA apportionment plan, which was previously seconded by Councilmember Albritton. However, now Councilmember Albritton has withdrawn his second. So you currently have a single motion on the floor to reject the TMA apportionment plan. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Oh, so now we have a new
And before we go to another speaker, I do want to just mention that because of the timing of things, with Pasco and Hillsborough not voting until May, and the TMA leadership group meeting being on April 17th, we could take this discussion back to the TMA leadership group meeting, who previously voted on the apportionment plan as you see, and see if they want to consider entertaining something different. And then we could come back and revisit it at our May meeting. So, you know, that may be a non-vote, may be better than a rejection, and it may keep the process moving as Councilmember Albritton suggested. And I just want to put that out there for consideration.
I think it depends on how strongly some desire to make the statement. Because a no vote, and what do I go in with in this meeting, represent, you know, as part of that group? But if there's a statement, then, you know, we have voted on this, and this is where we're at. But here's the middle part. I don't know that, I wonder if we need to reject the entire thing outright, or if we can put something forward that we do support if this, and this are changed. So we attach conditions to it and send that forward. And, you know, usually I speak last, but I'm just going to say really quick that I agree and I appreciate that Councilmember Albritton is passionate about moving this forward. I am too. I see the opportunities that are there for our entire region that will benefit us if we move forward with this. I really see a lot of merit in the idea that one county having 52% of the votes is risky. I don't care who gets along with who today and who doesn't. Because tomorrow can be a different story. Guess what? November is coming. And also, we're making a decision for something that once it does get into place, we're about to come up on the census again. So whatever goes in right now, it's going to change like as soon as everybody's seats get warmed up. So I'm not saying that it doesn't matter. It really does. We're setting the framework. We're not setting it in stone for 100 years. We just need what it's going to take to get this thing going on the right path. This is our opportunity to make a statement that Pinellas is not some like Jan Brady sitting off to the side and wondering what's up with Marcia.
I like Jan.
I do too.
Marsha.
We have a very strong contribution to our region. I love the idea of being able to divide it into thirds. And I wish that we could do that. I don't see that making it through. So I'm trying to figure out where that spot is that everybody can live with, because it doesn't sound like there are options that'll make everybody happy in all three counties. I do like the idea of coming off or making a recommendation or setting a condition that one seat gets moved from Hillsborough to Pasco, because that does create some balance that does not currently exist based on what's proposed. And then Hillsborough can decide if they're still willing to give up two of those seats or one of those seats to the port or whatever. So I just wanted to share initial thoughts just based on what everyone has been saying, and really express a lot of appreciation for the thoughtfulness that's going into this, whether it's homework you did beforehand or what you're thinking right at this moment as we're having the discussion. So thank you for that. I'm going to try and call in a couple of people who have not weighed in yet, and then we'll go and do second rounds. And we'll go to Councilmember Fig Sanders, and then Vice Mayor Butler. I don't think you've weighed in yet, so we'll go to you next.
Microphone, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Shearer, for actually putting this together, because initially when I saw this, I looked at the Hillsborough County votes, and thank you, Commissioner Flowers, for reminding me about the horror of T-Barter. No matter what we try to do, and I know that we're saying that right now, I'm not worried about it, but it was really easy to disband T-Barter and get rid of our regional hopes because of how it weighed when it came time to voting. So when I hear about it's 25 is the max, it's easier to go up than it is to decrease the number. So when I looked at the numbers with this, and I do agree with the TPA and the port, they're at 13. Even if you take Pinellas and Pasco and put them together, we're still at 12. We're still the minority when it comes to moving things forward. So I'm still, like I said, the trauma of T-Barter came back when I heard T-Barter, only because it was a very strong organization initially, But as things progressed and, as you say, the land usage changed, we found ourselves on the short end of the stick of that when it came to T-Barter. So I hear, when we talk about, it being philosophical, but votes, philosophy doesn't cast the votes. And that's what makes the difference. When we look at the numbers that we're having now, I would rather for us to go with not really Commissioner Scherer's reject the whole thing. Go in with something. Go in with something that I think everybody could come to an agreement with. And that was going to be my question, and you answered it. Could we table this until we can present something different to TMA and then bring it back? And I think you did answer that previously before me having that, because that was one of my questions.
I was concerned only that with Pasco originally scheduled to meet tomorrow and vote, us changing it here would really potentially be difficult for them. But now that that vote's a couple of weeks out, Hillsboro's a couple of weeks out, I think we do have some time, and it may give us an opportunity to sort of huddle and figure things out.
But from what I'm hearing, though, Red, Pasco, what we do today wouldn't impact Pasco negatively or favorably, because if Tampa decides to give up one of their votes, it's going to Pasco, so they're still going to come out ahead regardless.
Well, I think what we want to do is take a common resolution and a common apportionment plan overall to all three. So if we were to say it's 25 and this is how the 25 go down, I wouldn't want us to be approving different ones. Does that make sense? That way
It makes sense, but my recommendation is I would love to see it closer between Hillsborough and Pinellas County. I really would like to see that. So I know that there's a motion on the floor. I don't know if Commissioner Scherer is willing to make an amendment to his motion to say not to reject it, but to actually change what the consensus seems to have been from our colleagues here today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I think I've been bamboozled by my colleague, Patty Reed. How does this end up being my first meeting, right? I'm going to get her on that one. Payback's tough. Really good stuff all around. I appreciate Commissioner Scheer bringing it up. It is important, but I'm also one of those people that does want to move forward. And if we were always looking back at the past, and things that may have happened, we're never going to get there. But I think I do have a lot of heartburn with the airport and the Port Authority. They are resources, they are regional resources, but there are also a lot of other regional resources that can still contribute to the process but not have a vote. And I think that's the easiest path if we were to propose something to go back. I just hate to reject something without a solution to the point of everyone else. So I would definitely be in favor of kind of tabling it, pushing it on to them and saying, hey, this is what our concern is. But I think good points all around.
All right, thank you. We're going to pause our discussion and get some valuable input from Johnny, if you could.
Good afternoon, Pinellas board members. Johnny Wong, I'm the Executive Director of Hillsborough TPO. And I would like to set the expectations. I have been listening to the conversation and taking notes. I'm very sympathetic to the concerns that you have. I very well understand them. I would like to convey that while I don't have a crystal ball, I don't think that revisiting this issue will be well received by members of my board and the BOCC and Tampa City Council. Just based on how this process has occurred, the number of voting members at 25 in the port and the airport coming off the top as regional assets were two of the very first decisions that were made. And I think that some of my folks represented on my board would view this as a major setback, possibly to the point where it's not worth pursuing anymore. Now, I can't stamp that and say that's exactly what will happen, but I think for my folks in Hillsborough that this will represent a serious setback. Speaking to the value of the port and the airport, maybe it's worth noting, I'm going to offer this up in the hopes that it contributes to your conversation. On the respective boards of Port Tampa Bay and Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, While it is true that all of the voting members on the boards of directors have to reside in Hillsborough County, on both boards, there is one county commissioner and the mayor of Tampa. And so of the representatives that would be serving on the merged MPO board, the mayor of Tampa will not be representing Tampa City. It will be members of the city council. And so the director representing the city won't align across those three boards. The second thing is, would it be possible, and I'm bringing this up in the hopes of us finding a solution today, would it be possible to recommend that the port and the airport's representation hailing from Hillsborough BOCC is not a voting member on the merged board? Would that help?
I think so.
Thank you. I'll, Vice Chair Scott?
I would think if they weren't voting members, if they were advisory members like, like the transit agency and FDOT were, I think that would, yeah. I mean, I think they're regional assets and they're massive economic drivers. So I think they need a seat at the table. I think the question is, are they a voting member or not? I think that's, in my mind, that's what I'm hearing.
Okay, so Johnny, what you're saying is?
I appreciate that. That's not exactly what I'm asking for. So what I'm suggesting is that the BOCC member, and there are 7, that is assigned to serve on the port and the airport board of directors, if that assignee was not serving on the merged MPO board. So of the 7, 5 could be serving on the merged MPO board. The other 2 then could be assigned with the task of serving on the port and the airport board. That way there wouldn't be an overlapping of incentives. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I don't know that really solves our issue, though.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you for putting that forward for consideration. Would you like to remain available for questions?
Yeah, I'll
or-
be hanging out until
Okay.
this concludes, of course.
Johnny lives just down the street here in St. Petersburg, so.
And if you want to, Johnny, if you want to hang for just a second, did anyone specifically have a question for Johnny before we go on? Yes, Councilmember Gabbard.
I think your offer is even more confusing to me now because the offer is even more confusing based upon you just said that the person that would be filling this seat would be CEO or staff. But you're talking about the elected who is sitting there.
My
So-
assumption, correct, and thank you for that comment. My assumption, my reading of the comments that have been made concerning the Hillsborough-centric representation from the port and the airport, right? You have expressed that you feel they will be taking directives from the elected officials serving on the port and airport board and then passing those through to the merged MPO. While you are right, we have decided, or we will propose, that only staff can fill those 2 seats on the merged MPO board. What the direction that the CEOs take is from their board of directors, right? And so what I was proposing is that we could offer that the county commissioners serving on their boards of directors are not the same Hillsborough County commissioners that will also be serving on the merged MPO board.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. I don't know for me personally that takes care of the concern.
I understand.
So, but thank you.
Trying to help problem solve here.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we're going to do Councilmember Floyd next and then Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you. Just quickly for you, could you speak to, what debates are like on your board and, what you think of the idea of unity and transportation planning across your county a little bit?
Councilman, I definitely agree with your assessment that a lot of the tensions and debates that occur on my board are a function of the communities that are served, and that falls along the spectrum of very rural to heavily urban. Their transportation needs and perspectives are shaped by that land use, and that's not a secret. Historically, Hillsborough County unincorporated representatives have never really seen eye to eye with the representatives of the city of Tampa on my board. Now, specifically with respect to the port and the airport's role on our board, I can't say that they have aligned with either. You know, the port and the airport, as Whit mentioned, they have operational needs. Their incentive is to move folks into and out of TPA as quickly as possible and to move cargo around the region. Their incentives are likely aligned with yours in the sense that you want to move your folks to the airport quickly and get them back home quickly and safely. And so this notion of a Hillsborough-centric voting bloc, trust me, I understand it. We knew from the very beginning that this was going to come up. But in my 10 years experience working with this board, I have not seen an alliance emerge across Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa. They're very different.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I personally am struggling to imagine how, with different incentives, they would align. Like, what would be the uniting thing other than, like, you know, just a name of the county that they're all in? They have very different competing incentives when it comes to transportation planning. So I appreciate that.
With respect, that applies to Pinellas and Pasco as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
We have Commissioner Flowers, then Freeney, then Vice Chair Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say that it makes me a little sad, and this is no dig at you, but it makes me a little sad for the comment to be that the mere fact that we're having our meeting today, we're trying to absorb and make a good decision, that if we desire to ask for a consideration of something, that wouldn't be taken well. So what that says for me right now is, if you're telling me that right now, and I thought we were in a negotiation phase, I really did. So if you're telling me right now that you don't think your board would take it well, and quite frankly, they would cease to want to move forward, that gives me even greater concern and pause for us becoming an MPO, and the fact that those of us that, whoever it is that represents on this board, if we have a difference of opinion, that it would be considered. I'm not saying that's how you intended it. I'm just simply saying that's how I absorbed it. And I'm trying to be open-minded. Listen, I've shared, I want to see this move forward. I've gone toe-to-toe with Commissioner Scher about, you know, 25-member board and his feeling that was too big and all of that. So I want to see this move forward. I'm just simply saying that I thought we were in a zone where we could still communicate, because this was discussed at the TMA. So anyone who serves on that, representing different commissions or whatever, they're taking it back to their group. This came back to us to have the discussion today. I don't want to be made to feel like if I don't vote the way that this thing is, then Hillsborough County gonna take his candy and go home. I'm about to say, take your candy and go home, really. So anyway, I'm sorry, and that was kind of hard, I know, but I'm just saying.
All right.
That's how I feel.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers, and yeah, candy. Mayor Freeney.
You can go to Commissioner Scott first, only because we're talking the big picture. I want to make sure I'm getting on the table the little picture, or put a pin in it, and we'll talk about it another time, and maybe that's the best thing, because we can decide on our own representation later. But again, I want to make sure, like, we've thought through that representation by that population, because the small cities, which is 20 of the cities looped into one seat on our apportionment, and that's 200,000 plus people, and I don't think it's fairly, laid out, and I think that North County cities are not fully represented in the way that they should. When you look at the city of Dunedin with, Curlew, Alt 19, State Route 580, Caladesi, Honeymoon Island, most visited park in the state. I just think that there needs to be a little more equity with how this, and it looks like you guys talked about it, because of the way there's zeros on the north cities and the south cities, and that needs more discussion. But if we put a pin in that, we can go back to the bigger. Certainly my view on this big discussion is, if we truly are in a friendly negotiation, we ought to be able to have what I think of as our first full discussion about this, because I went to the collaborative labs, but that wasn't what it was at all. And so our first full discussion on this and send back our comments without it being taken personal and being a shut the door, go home type thing. So that's my comments.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So back in February, I was up in D.C. attending the NACO meeting and attended the Transportation Committee meeting, which was an all-day meeting. And we had several presentations from USDOT. And what my takeaway from that was is that transportation funding is only going to get more competitive in the future. It's not going to get easier, it's going to get tougher. So the ability to speak with 3.1 million people versus 1 million people in Pinellas County and 1,200 square miles versus 285 square miles is going to make a really, really big difference in the future, okay? And then was it last Friday, I was at a business roundtable where Congressman Donalds was there, who's running for governor. And during his talk, he talked a lot about regionalism in the state of Florida and how important that was for our future economic development. So we're on the right path here, okay? So I think I'm very, very supportive of a regional concept and a regional MPO. In addition to that, if you just think about, a daily user of transportation, if I'm going to drive from my house to the airport, Tampa International Airport, I'm going to drive through probably 6 different municipalities in 2 counties. I'm going to drive on local roads, I'm going to drive on county roads, I'm going to drive on state roads, and I'm going to drive on the interstate system. If any one of those portions of it, if any lane mile anywhere is not up to standard, that person doesn't care who owns it. That's our regional transportation system. And I firmly believe that our regional transportation system is going to work better if we're speaking with one voice going forward. So this is very, very important. I think we need to do it. So, I was at the meeting when we talked about this apportionment plan, and I was with Councilmember Gabbard at that meeting, and through that I got more comfortable with this apportionment plan. I'm not going to say that I got comfortable enough with it. I'm not going to say that I absolutely loved it. Okay. Because I realized that Tampa and Hillsborough County and the airport and the port, they're not always on the same page. As a matter of fact, quite frequently, they're at opposite ends of the spectrum, okay? But I've never been completely, totally comfortable with it, so I absolutely understand the sentiment around the table here, and with enough of us feeling that way, I think for me, it's enough to kind of, okay, let's pause and let's reevaluate this. But I am concerned with if Hillsborough is going to say, well, if they don't take it, then this is it, take it or leave it kind of thing. Well, then we're right to just say, then let's move on and not waste any more time here. So I hope that's not really truly what the folks in Hillsborough and Tampa are thinking. I hope that's not accurate. So I would say that we agree in spirit here is kind of what I'm hearing with moving forward with regional MPO, but we're just asking that we look and find a way that we can tweak that apportion. That's my take on it.
I feel like I need to just address real quick.
Okay.
One quick comment. So the reason that we amended the interlocal agreement to add that 2 major work products, the long-range plan and the transportation improvement program, have to have a majority of the representatives of each county is because of this concern. And in fact, we put that language in specifically because Commissioner Scherer brought these concerns to me before. I don't know if y'all understand the importance of those 2 documents. We amended the TIP today. We couldn't amend the TIP without that kumbaya among all 3. That means 3 out of 4 PASCO have to support that. That means 5 out of the 8 of our board have to support that. It doesn't, the 52% goes out the window with that provision. That's in the interlocal agreement. That's what everybody's going to vote on. I think that's incredibly significant. A project does not get funded without it being in the long-range plan. And we frequently bring you amendments to the long-range plan because the scope or the cost of the project has changed. The problem with T-BARDA is that it was not an MPO. It didn't have any of those rules, didn't have any of those requirements, didn't have any population breakdown. It had a bunch of gubernatorial appointees, and it had 1 or 2 very vocal Hillsborough representatives who are convinced this was a creation of a Pinellas legislator to force it down our throats. I'm trying to avoid a scenario where a year from now, we're sitting here dealing with a Hillsborough or a Pinellas or a Pasco legislator forcing a merger down our throats with a scenario we didn't work on. That would be incredibly frustrating to Johnny, to me, to Tania, I think. And we've heard you don't want us doing that directly from the Lieutenant Governor's office. They'll do it. Don't think they won't. So I don't think Johnny intended his comments as an ultimatum. You can't make any changes. But it's been so hard to get Hillsborough and Tampa to a point where we're reasonably comfortable we've got something we can work with. I think that's more where you're coming from on that.
Yeah, thank you for that opening to clarify the concerns from the commissioners. I definitely heard that. No, I don't suspect that Hillsborough County or the city of Tampa or my MPO will withdraw from the process. However, I must communicate that there is a sense of serious urgency to begin concluding this process because the risk is allowing state intervention. And with October right around the corner, the point where legislators will begin drafting their legislative priorities and maybe putting pen to paper on bills, we want to head this off as soon as possible. And so while it would represent a step back, it's up to staff to work within the schedule. If you all have serious concerns that can't be resolved, we'll take them to our boards and see if we can come to a compromise. But I am expressing some frustration. No. Do I think it'll be a deal breaker? No. But again, we are very mindful of the sense of urgency that has been communicated to us by the legislators who are looking to make something happen.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna. Yes.
So for that response.
Microphone, please.
Mike.
For that urgency of it, and thank you for saying that. So, what I'm hearing, which is why I asked the question earlier, do we still have time to have additional conversation? Are we required right now, based on what you just said, for you to walk away with the decision saying we'll approve this right now? Because when you originally spoke about this, you said that we still had time. There was some cushion.
No, I think we do.
Okay.
I think a vote that's negative could be that way, but if we tabled the vote,
okay,
we allowed us time to meet with the regional representatives from the airport and the port on April 17th, and then we came back and put it on our May agenda. We'll be third, but we'll be right around the same time that they vote, and I don't think that affects the timetable at all.
Okay, so I know that there's a motion on the floor, and I said it earlier. I didn't know if Commissioner Scherer would be willing to rescind that motion to actually table this moving forward. But I think that's what I'm hearing, and thank you for clarifying that understanding, because I really took it that same way, either I'm gonna take my ball and go home kind of mentality. I took that as well. So thank you for that. So moving forward, it's up to, I know, like I said, we have a motion on the floor now, so I'm going to turn it back over to the chair. Thank you.
Chair, could I make a few comments?
Yes.
I have to agree with Mayor Feeney that North County would need representation. We can get to that later. Very much in favor of regional MPO. It's the only way we'll get more access to federal dollars. When I was president of the Suncoast League of Cities, we worked hard with Ridge County League of Cities and Tri-County, and we were able to accomplish a lot regionally. And I guess I'd ask Commissioner Scherer if you'd be willing to amend your motion to population-based with the port and airport being non-voting members. That way we have a positive apportionment today, or would you rather table it and come back to it?
Well, what I would say to that is, if we're going to do that, we vote. I would prefer to vote, and if the rejection, we do reject it, then we come up with an alternative that we can send to them, and we can vote on that. Like, hey, we'll do this. There'll be non-voting members. That would be good with me. I don't know how I would even word that into one motion. So that'd be that. But just real quick, we live in Pinellas County, and we think we see growth when we see buildings going up downtown. That's not growth. When you go out to eastern Hillsborough County and Pasco County, 54, 52, Moccasin Road, Wallow Road, all that stuff, that's growth. That's 500,000 houses coming in the next 5 years. You have to have money to service those homes. You need new roads, you need new state roads, you need no interchanges on the interstate, you need new roads to get people to Publix, you need new roads everywhere. They're politicians from Pinellas County, the elected officials, that are gonna be serving on this MPO, this joint MPO, are gonna have an incredible amount of money, a incredible amount of pressure on them to deliver money for roads that will expand the eastern expansion of those cow fields that used to be. And they are going to use this merged MPO every way they can to feed that growth. It's money, it's a lot of, we don't know what growth looks like. You drive out there. And I just feel like if we just say to them, well, maybe we'll do 52%, but we'd really rather, just tell them we're not doing 52%. They're not going to get the whole ball of wax. Tell them that now. And if they're so stubborn that they don't get everything, they don't get total control, then I don't want to be a partner with them anyway, because that's what we're going to get every time there's a vote. They're going to think you may have another. That's all we're going to be able to say. So I would prefer to have a vote, and then if it gets rejected, send back a proposal that says, hey, we'll do this. That's kind of what I would prefer. I know that everybody wants to keep it alive. I want to keep it alive. I really do want to have a Tampa Bay water type partnership. But that is a third, and this is not even close. So.
Mayor Love?
Yeah, this is the first time I've had the nerve to speak. I do appreciate Commissioner Scheer bringing this forward. When I look at these numbers, I think that it's a mistake for 3 counties to give one county 52% of the vote. The fact that there's no way that even if 2 other counties agreed on something that they could overtake a 52% vote concerns me very much. On the other hand, my entire life, all I ever did was negotiate contracts. And I think for us to, and taking into consideration the time pressure that some might be feeling, I think for us to just have a vote and potentially say no would be a big mistake, because we don't know if we'll have a quorum at the next meeting. And we have it now, so I think it would be much wiser for us to make a counteroffer. And I think a very reasonable counteroffer would be that we would suggest that 1 vote be removed from Hillsborough, reduce 13 to 12, and to add that to Pasco. I can't imagine that Pasco would reject that. And I think that that would be the most likely compromise. And for every time that I've had to negotiate contracts, when I heard anybody say, no matter which side of the coin they're on, take it or leave it, or I'm walking away, it doesn't happen. You figure out how to work it out. But if we're even the bit uncomfortable with where we're at right now, I think it would be foolish for us today to not make a counter proposal on something that would make the majority of people feel comfortable. If we don't, if they come back to us and say, no, that's not acceptable, then we have another step to take. But I think we should take a step today.
Thank you. I, for one, really appreciate hearing your thoughts. Did you want to say more?
I was just going to add that maybe one option, and I don't know how they'll react to it, would be to just say, could the port and the airport have a rotating seat? You know, that way they're still both represented. The seat that's not in the rotation could be a non-voting advisor. You know, I don't know if they'll go for that, but it's one way to do that.
It's something.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take my turn. And I want to make sure that our friends here from Hillsborough and Pasco are hearing what many on this board are saying. What we're talking about doing, what some board members are urgently asking for, is not more for us. We're not even asking for more for Pinellas. Those who support this move are, I believe, they're asking for what's fair. And that's the side I want to be on. Asking for those who have more than half to give one to that which does not have enough. And I can't help but look at this as I wrote down the alternative on Chris's worksheet. And I can't see anything else now. So I'm trying to figure out what to do with these top two, because I came around to being supportive of the airport and the port having a seat. But that's why we keep coming to meetings, right? Because sometimes our views evolve, we learn, we gain insight from listening to each other, and we can find an even better path forward. And that's what we're asking today, is what does better look like? But I wanted to start by just making it crystal clear what's happening here. And I hope that is appreciated. That is the kind of regional MPO that I would want to be on, is one that is looking out for everybody else and wants what's fair. We want some assurance that when there is a Pinellas project in front of a regional MPO, we want the assurance that others that are at the table who have influence on what happens in Pinellas will be looking for what's fair. Whit has explained how the voting on these most important projects work. And although sometimes that can sound a little complicated, and it would be great if there were scenarios or examples given of how that would work. You know, I like that that's set up that way. I'm wondering if we can have that and a little bit of movement towards fairness on this chart. I thought we were coming in today to figure out how many seats Dunedin gets and how many, you know, like all of that. And now it's like become so much more existential, really. The T-BARTA cautionary tale is another thing that's sticking with me right now. And I don't know if there is anyone who has something that they can share that would make some board members feel more comfortable with this kind of a setup when the experience on T-BARTA was something that we're trying to avoid now. And probably when T-BARTA was set up, nobody thought it was going to be unfair. Nobody thought one county would bully the others or make it impossible to get things done anywhere else. I'm sure that's not what anybody thought was going to happen when T-BARTA got set up.
Blame me for that.
Thanks a lot, buddy.
I wrote the statute for T-BARTA.
Well, what'd you?
That's
Yeah.
news.
I didn't get that right now.
That's a good thing. I didn't know that.
Well, I made the point that it wasn't the MPO, and that's a big difference. T-BARTA had no power to implement anything. Everything they had to do, if they wanted funding, they had to go to the MPOs to get it prioritized. So Hillsborough County was looking at their total funding disaster for HART, And they were like, we are not going to prioritize anything for regional if we can't even fund HART. That was where most of the sentiment was coming from, Commissioner. And yeah, well, they didn't want all the land, they didn't want the expansion of the interstate. It came all around the same time of Tampa Bay Express. So it was wrapped up in a bad interstate project that they were mobilized against over in Hillsborough County. And ultimately, anything T-BARTA needed to advance would have had to gone to the MPOs to support. And without Hillsborough County being willing to support it, because they were dominated at the time by the city of Tampa, it was a non-starter. And that was just the reality of it. With the MPO and with that requirement that we have support in all 3 counties of the representatives for those major work products, it takes all that away. And you don't get any funding if you don't approve your TIP and you don't approve your long-range plan. So nobody gets any money. And that's a huge difference between this and T-BARTA. They are completely different animals, but I'm totally sympathetic to your experience because it was frustrating to me as somebody who had grand visions of this being a great organization for Tampa Bay.
Well, I can tell you, I've softened a little sitting here. and I could support the tabling and going back with the giving Pasco County an additional seat. So
Pasco's at the mic right now.
Pasco, hey, how you doing?
Hi.
So I could support that. So I've softened a little. You know, I've had some ice cream over here. And yeah. And so I could do that. Yes, ma'am. Hey, how you doing?
All right.
Hi, Tania Gorman, Pasco MPO Executive Director, and I just wanted to thank you for letting us come here today and have the conversation with you all. And so I just wanted to say, I hear your consternations as my board, Pasco board, MPO board, had consternations when we began this as well. We were the smallest of the 3 counties, and we were like, well, we're not going to have a seat at the table. It took us a couple of months to kind of massage through the conversations that we all have been having with our respective boards. And, you know, we came to the conclusion, the MPO board actually came to the conclusion that we wanted to be a team player in this merger. We wanted to make sure that all needs were met, and we knew that our counterparts, we all have different ranges of growth, we all are seeing different economic schemas happening throughout the region, but we knew that we wanted to work together with the region, even though we were the smaller counterpart. So the 4 seats, we looked at it all, we said, okay, we'll have 3 of our county commission in the unincorporated area and 1 rotating seat with the cities. While we thank you for the gesture of wanting to give us the seats, we have made peace with those seats that we do have. Not saying that we wouldn't take a seat, but extra seat, but we have worked through those consternations, and we see almost like the light at the end of the tunnel with this. We know that we have the build out all along our corridors. We have 19, 52, 54, but we also are working on Rangeland, Sun Lake, some north-south corridors to get evacuation routes for our county. But we also know that we are a bedroom community and our citizens travel, right, south to Pinellas and to Hillsborough to work. So we all are rotating around this region. And, you know, we know that we are coming to the table to make this a region that's going to move forward together. And like what said, we do not want to be in a place where a legislature comes down and tells us, well, we're going to drive the car since you guys stopped the bus, right? We want to be here. We don't want to be forced into a scenario where we don't have that say. So, and to your T-BARTA conversation, I remember being a young planner, about planner 2, and listening to the conversations and going, why aren't we advancing? But I think T-BARTA was a different mechanism. It was a different time. We were also going through COVID at that time. I think trying to get the BRT up and running down 75. The MPO is different in that manner where we have to come together to actually support and take action on our guiding documents. And for our region currently, we work together regionally. We are doing, we do a regional transportation plan. We do a joint list of priority projects. We're working on that now. And we do have a benefits cost analysis to look at our regional projects. So, but if we put that all together into a merged MPO, we will be able to have more momentum and be looked at this region like a Boston or Seattle versus now individually it's like Arkansas or a smaller city in Arkansas or a smaller city in Tennessee. So I think we are on the right track. I think it's just illuminating how we can gain more wins together in solidarity versus separately.
If you got Jack
Thank
Mariano
you.
to agree, you
Does-
did a great
does-
job.
Yes, and he definitely came to an agreement. And yes, he did speak about Tampa Bay Water, which I love their model, but the MPO, we have a lot of processes legislatively, federally, and statewide that we must adhere to. One of them is the apportionment plan. So when that came to that conversation with Commissioner Mariano and having that, he was like, okay, I see that. I would love it to be like Tampa Bay Water, but I understand we have different constraints under the MPO. So I think here today, again, we have come before you for this apportionment plan, and I think this plan could work if we all pull it together and we say, okay, we can see this moving forward. I don't think this detracts from anyone being a part of the board, especially if we're talking about we're going to have subcommittees, we're going to have other ways of citizens, cities communicating to the board from the ground up. The purpose of an MPO in its inception was for the citizens to communicate to the federal government. That is not getting lost in translation here. That will still be here. And I know Whit, out of all of us, has 27 cities that he must make sure is bringing forth their information, their consternation, their concerns, and their challenges and their wins. So we know this. So, and especially even for Hillsborough and Pasco, we have cities as well. But we all know that we want a mechanism that's going to work for all of us. So I think if we move forward today with what we currently have for the table and we continue to refine our processes, I think we will get somewhere to a better place. And remember, every one of us in here, we all have our thoughts about the MPO merging. I mean, I had my own thoughts, I'll be honest. But after I looked through it, and I was like, you know what? This is going to take each and every one of our counties to a better place with our transportation planning. It's even going to be more attractive to businesses, to employers, to people that want to move here and be a part of this region. But even when my family comes from New York, they're like, this traffic is horrendous, and they're from the city. So I want this to be a better region for all of us, circulating, moving us about. We have a lot of great transportation mechanisms on the table. We saw the vertiports earlier. We want to get regional rapid transit. We want rail. So we have to continue to work on it. But I'll end with this. Don't let one part of this process stop where we can move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh gosh, you've been waiting. Vice Chair Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just trying to figure out a way to move this forward. I'm kind of concerned about having a vote that sends a negative message, you know, a no vote. So my preference would be that we don't take a vote today, and I think we can kind of do this by consensus, just say, in spirit, okay, and probably just by a nod of heads, in spirit, we agree, and there's a general consensus, I think, around an apportionment of 12, 8, and 5. And just kind of send that message, and then we can talk about that at our next meeting, and there's the meeting coming up on the 17th where that's just, I just don't want to send a no and send a message like this is a hard no, because it's not. I think, you know, just listen to everybody talk. I think there's a general consensus that, yeah, we want to move forward with this. But we just want to use our chair's language, we don't want anything additional for ourselves. We want to make sure it's fair for everybody. So it's kind of my thought.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Thank you. First, thanks for verbalizing something I was thinking about a lot. As you know, as a possible solution is to, you know, have the airport and the port share a seat rotating. Because frankly, in the future, we are fighting for Pasco's seat. but, you know, after the next census, it'll be a Pinellas seat that will be gone, probably not Pasco's, right? It's going to be a Pinellas seat that'll probably be gone based on current growth trajectories, which is, I'm still not concerned about that as long as we have the vote where you have to have the majority of each county approve it. What would be helpful for me is to understand what kinds of votes would not need that majority of each county to approve. Like, what kinds of votes could go through if and when Hillsborough has like 51% of the votes or 54% of the votes in the future, would that?
Just an example would be, like, we're going to table this, but on your agenda is approval of the US 19 corridor Phase 1 plan. That would be a simple straight up and down vote. You know, that's not an equity issue. That's a corridor in a specific, that could be in Hillsborough, it could be in Pasco. This one happens to be in both Pasco and Pinellas. Another one would be the adoption of your local priorities. We thought about making that one of those, you know, supermajority, everybody's got to agree, but you can't advance something on your priority list if it's not already in your long-range plan. And then in order to get it funded, you have to amend it into your transportation improvement program. So it's not really at the same level as those other two votes. Voting for chair and vice chair, selecting your executive committee, those are the kind of votes. I will tell you the Sarasota Manatee MPO is a two-county MPO, and they have a bylaw policy that their chair and vice chair rotate to each county. So I don't see any issue with incorporating something like that into our bylaws so that we always have a chair from one of the three counties and a vice chair teed up and maybe somebody on the executive committee from every one. Those are things I think we can work out in Phase 2. We just got to get to Phase 2. And I'm afraid that a no vote here at Phase 1 will never get to Phase 2. We'll never see the operating agreements. We'll never see the draft bylaws. We'll never see that full context. So that's just my concern with that.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, I think that we should do this. I absolutely support, I concur with Commissioner Scott to say that I would not want to send a negative message today because I don't think that's going to get anything done. Move this process along. I do think having this discussion on maybe a rotating seat, because again, you know, we're not talking about St. Pete Clearwater Airport, you know, as should they have a seat. You know, we could certainly throw that out there to muddy the water if we wanted to, but I get it. Like and I also want to respect all the time everyone spent on this already. Like, frankly, this already been discussed and decided by the people we sent to have that discussion. Now they're bringing back what was decided there for us to vote on. And I don't want to armchair quarterback it because I don't know how hard that was to make happen or not. But I appreciate Pasco County saying, hey, you're trying to fight for our seat, and we're not worried about it. Like, we just want this to happen because it's more powerful for them to get it done than not. And so to me, that speaks volumes on their concerns because, again, of anyone who could get, you know, railroaded or, you know, have their voices not be heard loud enough, it's Pasco right now. So I think we should, you know, move forward. I think we should table. I agree with the tabling idea and come back next month with a, you know, see what's said.
Can I make a few procedural comments really quick? Maria White, Assistant County Attorney. I'm in the back corner.
Please do.
I've been waiting for the discussion to kind of start to wrap up before I chimed in, but there are two specific items that are scheduled for action today on the agenda. I just wanted to clarify. One is that the Ford Pinellas Board, in its role as the MPO, will approve a recommendation, the apportionment plan, which was presented. That's one action item. The second one is that the Ford Pinellas Board, in its role as the MPO, will approve a recommendation to the Pinellas County BCC to support that plan, which I think that second item will become moot should we continue the first item or otherwise vote to disapprove, reject, however you want to word that. So there is a motion that's currently on the floor. Commissioner Scheer, you can amend that motion, you can rescind it, that's up to you, but there are those two specific action items that are scheduled for today, so.
I started this, and I'm glad that we all got talking about it, because it's very important to me. Now, I hear that we don't want to send a hard no. I can be good with that. I can be a good team player. I'd like to see if Hillsborough can too. So I would be willing to table this as long as we do not vote on the other action items, that we just leave those alone until our next meeting. And we send a message to Hillsborough that we're not happy with this apportionment plan. We do not want them to have more than 50%. I don't want them to ever have more than 50%. I don't want anybody to ever have more than 50%. And if they're open to discussing readjusting this apportionment plan, and we're meeting next week, right, the TMA, on Friday, right? So I will bring this up to them and let them know that if you're willing to negotiate on this apportionment plan, then we will keep moving. But if they say, no, it's our way or the highway, then we know what kind of partners we got, and we can come right back here and we can reject this. How does that sound? All right, everybody's good with that plan?
Yeah.
All right, well then I will move to table my motion.
Okay.
Do I need to move to table my motion or just table my motion?
You can simply state that you're rescinding.
I'm rescinding my motion.
Perfect.
And then I would like to make a motion that we, how do you say?
To continue.
To continue the action items.
Who made
All
the
right.
second? Sorry.
That would be Vice Chair Scott.
I'm trying really hard to keep up with you all today.
I know.
So
Once we start moving, we're moving.
Commissioner Scheer rescinded his motion.
And to clarify, are you,
Vice Chair Scott seconded.
would you like to continue these two items
the
to the next
Yes.
month's agenda? Okay, thank you.
So there was that motion, and Vice Chair Scott seconded that one. That's what I meant. So you're good?
I need an all those in favor, and we also need a vote if you're not going to attend to your next item that was scheduled for action today as well.
Yeah, I think I would recommend that we not act on the remaining two items.
Right, let's just call this
Gonna
vote. So we
hold.
have a motion to continue the merger discussion to May. A motion by Commissioner Scheer, a second by Commissioner Scott. All those in favor? Aye.
No, no, no.
Any-
You, Tina, I think you were just clarifying. And then,
I guess so, that.
yeah, that's
Okay.
fine, but I don't know if the all those in favor part is your part.
Okay. Sorry.
We got rules, people, you know? That's what happens when you have a chair who went to Catholic school. It's like, we've got rules. I actually just want to make sure that everyone's satisfied with the discussion. If there's any more input, Councilmember Gutt? Oh, there was this, so. All right, so we have a motion and a second to continue this item at the next board meeting. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you, everyone. What a great discussion, and it may not officially look like we moved forward, but I think we did make progress today. So thanks to everyone for the input. And you're not done with this yet, are you? We're good. Oh, we are? Okay. There is extra material in
I know
your
when I've lost the
packets.
room.
If you want to read more information items.
Can I clarify something? I'm sorry.
Yes,
I want to make
please.
sure that I thought my direction from the county attorney was that the other action item about
Nope.
US,
Nope.
right, but I think a vote has to be taken to table it to the next month because it was an action item. Is that true or no?
It's all on the same item. It's all 7D.
Move the table until our next meeting.
All right, we have a motion to table item 7D. And a second by, who was the second? You got it?
Yes.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Our board meeting is adjourned.